Okay. Can you hear me, Dom?
Okay, Access, yes.
I've been having a bit of technical difficulty with my electronics here in the last couple of days, and in a really bizarre way. I don't know if the internet is kind of lagging because of some type of provider situation, or the things have been a little strange. So if I drop off or I disappear or something bizarre happens, it's to be expected at this point in time.
No problem.
Yeah, I was on We Are Awake and kind of filling out what Ian had going today and what kind of message he had to come across with, and he's he's still really protective of himself. I think that's what it is, protective of himself. You know, I'm not sure, but I wanted to give him a shout out, and I told him you know, I would give him a shout out, and I'm going to drop this link in the description before I shut this, or after I shut this down, or before I shut it down. But I do want to keep my word to the fact that We Are Awake TV, and Ian has a pretty tight ideal of what he's wanting to express, and I don't find any objections to it. And if you or anybody else is interested in some deeper thought about the potentials of death and what comes after, or the parasitical state of us being as a species on various levels, then We Are Awake TV, I suggest it. Okay. And hello, friends and enemies, YouTube. It's the Axis. There we go. Got the formalities out of the way.
Well done.
It's been a very the luminaries must be in a state that there was a high amount of energy in the air for people to reach out and communicate. Um, I haven't ever I haven't had so much interaction in one day in a very, very long time than what I had today. And people were almost seeming to be desperate for reaching out to other people today. It was my son. He uh, he went double time on reaching out. Even my mom reached out to me today. I had medical services reaching out to me. I had my doctors reaching out to me today. Even my in-home health care, the woman was going to be 10 minutes late, and they made sure to call me to let me know that she was going to be 10 minutes late. And I thought, any other time, shit, I could go a month without a phone call. Or more or less anyone being concerned whether they're going to be 10 minutes late or not. And I thought there's got to be something in the air that's energizing their state of mind to want to reach out. So I don't know. It was a very interesting day for communication, because I feel like I had an abundance of communication today, and that's not a bad thing. That it really took up some time, and it was in a non-destructive way, and it seemed like the day just flew by after that. Maybe maybe the CME, or maybe there's an alignment that's influencing it, today, at least, people to want to communicate. Um, how is it on your end? Did you have a lot of people reaching out to you today, or was it just pretty much the same old thing?
I reached out to you. Reached out to just remind me that we haven't seen my parents in a while, so we reached out to my parents. Trying to think. Outside of that, Axe is not too much reaching out. I usually do that on a regular basis. If I have a thought that I want to communicate with somebody, I will reach out. I don't usually hesitate on that kind of stuff.
Right, especially if there's a synchronicity that happens, or you fall into a synchronicity where you're thinking about somebody and they call, or that you call them and they're like, "Well, I was just thinking about you," and I was getting ready to call you. With those synchronicities, I kind of pay a little bit more attention to, and the message that is underlying and what they have to say, because I don't think it's a coincidence. I think it's an actual connection between two people that are reaching out to each other with a common vibration, and it falls into a synchronicity of sharing that state of mind and energy at that moment, kind of like deja vu, or it's a meant to be type situation. It's I still find that to be a very we got a couple of guests back here. Let's see.
Hey, Chris.
Hey, Dominic, how you doing?
Pretty good. Hope you're doing well.
Hey
Very
y'all,
good. How
Hey,
you doing,
Dustin.
Axis?
what y'all doing?
Okay. Hey.
Hey,
Just
Dunstan. How you doing?
Dunstan's in the house, y'all.
How you doing, Dustin?
Dunstan,
Dunstan, how you doing?
I'm happy, brother.
Happy? Yo, that's good. That's good.
And you?
I've been better, buddy. I'm hanging in there. Thanks. Didn't mean to interrupt, Axis. And Dominic, carry on.
no, no. It's just good to have guests. But more to add to the universal and the metaversal pot of thinking.
Is that
There you go.
feasible at this moment? Through the
So,
teleological vision, in your opinion, is it feasible at this point
so
in time?
how has things been for you guys today? Have you found maybe yourself in a place where people are reaching out to you in a little bit more so than usual?
I'm happy. I'm happy
Are
because
you
I'm
can
on this stream. I'm on this stream, so I'm happy.
That's cool. Glad to hear that.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I can't have a shirt on because I just got a mole taken off my back because it had cancer in it. So I have to be shirtless in my home.
Wow, skin cancer?
Yeah,
Oh, crap. Okay.
but I'm safe now. I just can't wear a shirt because it will infect me.
Oh, wow.
But don't worry,
Huh.
guys. I'm just letting you know. So don't get scared if you see me not wearing a shirt. Is all.
Yeah, I'm scared for
No.
you.
I,
Like that would have been like bad for you. Like good thing you caught it. Oh,
No, I'm healthy now.
good. Good. Okay.
I just got
well,
surgery.
I think the revealing of male nipples should be addressed as the same level as female nipples, and I think that us as
Oh, you
males
can't see them. They're censored. Or I can
so
maybe. What?
I'm just saying that applying a taboo that female breasts and nipples are held in some type of esteem in a sexual nature. Well, I want to be a part of the equality. I want to be a part of that. So the male nipples, they've got to be within the same spectrum of the female nipple.
What are you doing?
And
What?
you just can't go around. But it's equality. I'm touching the grounds of equality. I feel that I'm being excluded by being allowed to show my nipples, or for males to be able to show their nipples. I think that the same law that protects people from seeing female nipples should be applied to males too.
I'm
I feel
bisexual and my
excluded.
wife doesn't know it.
Well, that's fine.
No, dude. No.
No, why
My
not?
wife, because I'm bisexual and my wife doesn't know it.
So my wife was bisexual. I didn't mind it.
Because you knew about it. My wife doesn't know it.
Well,
Should I tell her?
tell her, yeah, tell her,
What
and
if
have
she
her
hates
join
it, but I'm
in.
scared of getting basically rejected from what I do.
Hey, before we get too
Oh,
far into this, guys, we got Fools and Tools down there. Yeah, come up here, Fools and Tools. You got Axis up here. You got Dunstan. We got Dominico. We got me. Come on, Fools and Tools, come up here. What's wrong with you? Get up here. I'm saying that. That's not Axis. That's no bearing on Axis. That's all me.
oh, fools and fools is always welcome in my world.
FT
I
will
want to
never-
get some more opinions on if I should tell my wife that I'm bi.
Well, the most important opinion would be, what do you think?
Well, I don't know.
Okay,
I
so
don't really
knowing that, then I guess the next one would be, I don't know, talk to somebody closer to you. We're total strangers to you. There's many scenarios that could occur here. So for you, it's
Well, I
all about
suppose
you.
that's why I'm asking, because there's no I've already discussed this issue with many people I know personally, but
So
when
what have
there's a
you?
stranger, there's a sort of a disconnect. You're not trying to spare me anything.
Okay, so
You
knowing
know what I mean?
I'm hearing you. We're already off topic here, but anyway, let's continue this. If you've asked a whole bunch of people and you still don't know, there must be a part of you knows how it serves you. Outside of that, you're playing a clever game with yourself.
Well, I suppose it just seems morally wrong to not tell her, but it would just be so much easier if I didn't.
You won't know until you find out. So, and sometimes people don't want to ask questions because they don't want to deal with the consequences. So at that point, you do what you think is best for you. But if you're in a marriage and you feel as though that can enhance it or destroy it, that's on you. Outside of that, you're just talking about it for what? You want more pleasantries? You want a guaranteed outcome? There's no guarantee when you're in this form.
Fuck. What would you do?
Again, you're playing a clever game. This is your life. Nobody lives inside of your vessel but you. Your parents aren't responsible for you. I'm not responsible for you. Your wife's not responsible for you. So take accountability for your own decisions, whether you make them or not. Outside of that, Axis, if we can continue with the conversation, really not interested in talking about how cancer cells come to be, unless we're going to get into that kind of conversation, which I'm okay with. So Dustin, you said you wanted to share something to add to the discussion, or you just want to talk about your stories, which is fine. And I'll gladly hear you to a certain point, and then eventually I'm going to start falling asleep.
What?
Again, it's done. At this point, that Axis is done with him.
Okay,
What do you
that's
mean?
all I needed to hear.
I was just
All I
gonna
needed
say.
to hear. Any more? Are you there?
You talking to me, Axis?
No, I was talking to Dom. Is he still present?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know.
I'm still here. I'm still here.
Okay. Now we have a looks like a Joseph. Let me read this.
Hey, Hamburger, come up here, bro. Come up here, bro. I want to talk to you. Come up here. Can you come up here? It's a lot easier to talk to you up in here when you're up in here. Come up. Hit that link up in there. Come up in here. I want to talk to you. How you doing, Hamburger?
Yeah, you looking to egg on somebody, Chris, tonight? We're here.
Axis didn't kick anybody, bro.
No, he didn't.
Hamburger, Axis didn't kick anybody. That's not Axis's nature, okay? If you piss Axis off, he might kick you, but that other guy didn't really do anything, so Axis is not going to do that.
Yeah, I don't. Do either of you guys know the Joseph
No. I don't know.
Gajik, and then there's a Mike from somewhere. I find it strange that there's a whole bunch of new faces that are just appearing on this channel whenever.
Mhm. Well, maybe they have some. Oh, okay. Well, that's that's Cage.
Do you have keys, Dominico?
For what?
For the like, are you able to move people backstage and all that kind of stuff?
No. That's
Hello?
not interesting.
Hey, Joseph, how you doing?
Hey, what's up?
Not much.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Hey, Mikey, how you doing?
I'm pretty good.
Right on.
Why you
Yeah,
get
we
so
got
mad?
a
Why you get so mad
Dominico
about
here
that
and
guy
Axis.
asking for advice?
Now you know. I don't know what happened to the other guy. What was it, Dunstan? I don't know what happened to
Yeah,
him.
why you get so mad at Dunstan?
He didn't get mad at Dunstan. Dunstan got backstage somehow. I don't know what happened.
No,
but
you got mad at Dunstan.
I didn't get mad at. No, I didn't get mad at anybody.
Okay, it sounded like you were mad at Dunstan.
No, I was
I
just
wanted
saying
to
that
know.
Dunstan-
I wanted
Yeah,
to know
what-
what Dunstan should do. It sounds like an interesting situation to me.
That's nice, Mike, but this is noise. Me and Axis talk about spiritual stuff. He wants to talk about cancer. He wants to talk about his wife, about his sexual preference. Do that on other channels. If that's what you want here too, Mike.
Oh,
then-
you're the guy that got mad. You're
Not
sorry,
get
Chris. I was
mad.
wrong.
I didn't
You're
get
getting
mad.
mad. You're getting mad now.
No, I'm not, Mike. Again, if
We
you're
talk
gonna
about
play
spiritual stuff. That's just noise to us. If you want to talk about something else, that's what you sound like
Okay,
right now.
Okay.
Well, my channel
They're gonna
tries
kick
to
me like
say
Dunstan.
to.
They're gonna kick me like Dunstan. They're gonna act like they didn't watch.
What a clever buffoon.
That wasn't me, bro. That wasn't me, bro. That wasn't me.
Again, Chris, obviously you're up here too, Chris. What would you like to talk about? Because me and Axel, we're going to gladly share this. If he decides to open up this platform, you want to talk about reality? Do you want to talk about the persistence? You want to talk about protocols? You know, if you want to talk about, you know, how other people interact, fucking get a garage. Go hang out there.
Well, you're saying you can't talk about sexual stuff
There
here,
we
but
go, Joseph. Are you going to play
Axis-
this?
well, no, Access joins my friend's streams all the time and talks about, like, BDSM sex dungeons, to be fair. I mean, if you can bring that stuff to other people's panels, then, like, I think, you know, you can talk about stuff like that here.
Talking about Dominico. I'm all for that. Yeah, that's a good idea.
And you think that's all that I go there for?
Well, I mean, that's
You
what
have-
you were like. You were like crying in the mic over it for like 2 hours the other night.
Yeah, no, that was me talking to Cage about.
Yeah, even Delta was
Other
saying you kind of
relationships.
sound like a pussy. He was saying you sound like a bitch. Like, I mean, you kind of sound like a wimp. I mean,
So,
she
what
left
if
you,
I
so
am?
like, why are you like crying over it? It's kind of weird. Wait, also, I have a question. Are you actually into like diaper stuff? Because a lot of people are saying you're into like diaper stuff.
Hey, Joseph, have you ever had a girl like leave you just out of the blue?
Have a what? Believe me?
Just take off from you, like a girl? Just take off from you?
No, I'm a Volso.
You're what?
I'm Volso.
What does that mean?
Well, if you don't know what it means, then why ask?
Well,
If you can't understand
so,
the answer, why ask the question?
I don't know a lot of stuff, man. I'm kind of dumb that way, you know? So what does that mean? Fossil? What the hell does that mean?
Yeah, I'm Volso. I'm pagan and I'm Volso.
You're a
Two
pagan.
things about me.
Okay. Well, anyways, whatever. I don't know what that means, but if you ever had a girl leave you, man, you'd understand. You know. Yeah, I mean,
That's pussy shit, dude. Why would you get like mad about that?
I'm not getting mad about that. I'm just saying that if you ever had a girl leave you, that you'd understand. You know?
No, I'd never even be in that position to begin with.
Okay, well, I'm glad you never
You
experienced
shouldn't
that.
be so weak. You shouldn't be so weak-minded.
No, that's your
Get over
opinion.
yourself, dude.
That's your
What are you
opinion.
gonna do? Like, what do you do? You cry?
I don't like being in that position myself. Do you like? Well, you never been in that position, you claim. So I don't know. You know?
Yeah, I'm volatile, obviously.
What does that mean?
Oh my gosh.
So
Why are you
what?
asking me like what it means?
A few minutes of my truth is worth more than a lifetime of your falsehood. Sorry, you can't handle that.
What?
Pay attention.
I don't think you are. Are you like on some sort of mind
I
altering
don't know. Are you
substances or
judging me?
something?
Are you trying to take measure of me?
Dude, I measured you so long ago you wouldn't even know.
You did. And what did the measurement determine?
That it's on site.
Why would you waste your time then
Those are my
even
rules.
communicating?
Those are the
You
rules
have
of the road.
but
The low road or the
those are
high
your
road.
rules.
And that's my desire to choose for the day.
Yeah, well, that's your road to travel. Doesn't mean that I'm going to share it with you whenever this is my lane.
How about you stay in yours, buddy?
Well, you know,
Bringing your weird spewing up your talking about little girls and diapers and all kinds of stuff.
you just crossed a major line there.
What are you gonna do about it?
Are we back here, Axis, or are we gonna?
Yeah, it's just me and you.
Okay, good enough. Seems like a lot of people, you know, they want to come and play a different game. Well, they don't realize the people that are coming here to talk first are going to establish something first. And if people want to kind of slowly get into chat and then maybe even backstage, but hey, I got to come into bullshit. I said, this is what I want to talk about, which is fine. But at the same time, get a feel of the environment that you're in.
Well, I gave them a chance to be a part of, our narrative, and they chose not to be. So I'm not going to allow them to stifle the narrative. I'm finishing up, getting rid of this backstage lingering.
It's always backstage access.
Yeah, well, I'm removing them and shutting the backstage down.
Yeah, if they want to. I get it. They want to come on, probably coming from some channel, whatever. They're not understanding how energy works, where our thoughts, let alone when you speak the words, where do they exist? How does this material evil realm work to a certain point? And how did you get conditioned the way you speak, let alone how you type, let alone how does your function works in your body, such as your liquids? But hey, let's talk about the unknown and spiritual. It's easy to say in words only, so I can only give a caveat, but dare not to go into a little bit more in depth and realize how you've been programmed from the day you fucking jump into that vessel, from the day you pop out of it. But hey, let's talk about, don't worry about my nipples. I've got some sort of cancer cells on me. So how did that cancer cell get there? Interesting. But hey, people want to hear this kind of stuff because that's what they want. They want more stories. They want to be entertained, which is fine. How does it serve you? That's for you to figure out. Who runs that body once you go to sleep, let alone while you're here hearing another person? I don't know. Hey, let's get back to the simple stuff. Let's talk about maybe all the different dogmas, religion, state, commerce. Let's be entertained. Let's make it about Dominic because, hey, I give a flying fuck how you think about me.
Yeah, well, there's not anything that is going to be said and that the manner in which they were coming across that would be productive to me, and I'm just not going to play with it. I'm not going to feed that energy.
Everybody's so quick to say somebody's mad. Okay, so what I have a certain tone, I'm acting a certain way. I should be excited for you. I should just tolerate your noise because you know it sounds like they don't want to tolerate their noise. Come on, guys. You know, those are the kind of guys who are going to tell you. I'll ask them how old they are, and they'll say, "Well, I'm 40 years old." I said, "So your vessel's 40 years old, or are you 40 years old? So what's really working here? Are we talking about the mortal form, the immortal form?" Well, I don't understand that, Tom. Well, then at that point, shut the fuck up because maybe you need to learn how to be a student. Get into that state of silence. But anyway, I've already gone on. Even what I'm saying right now is noise. Anyway, I guess Chris has left, I guess, or it's just me.
No, I when I cleared the back, I hit Chris too, but I just told him, you know, sorry, Chris, and you know, do you want to come up and share, Chris? I you know, it's a part of the casualties of having to clear the air in the stage. But I didn't know. I'm nothing against Chris, and if he wants to share, he's allowed up here.
To come back up. I just hope he understands.
Yeah.
You know, people like fools and tools. They have a voice. If they choose to come up, they will. Nobody has to coax them on. You know, this is a realm where people have their own choices, and I'm not stuck on just the concept of free will. That's a moronic speech, but you know, the will has many variations. If a person wants to come up and share, or at least hear, get closer to the stage so they can get a better view, maybe even feel people's energy, that's fine. But anyway, you were talking earlier about, you know, people either reaching out or getting a whole bunch of people contacting you.
Well, this is just more solidification of that energy that I've been dealing with today. You know, I've had people from way out in left field getting a hold of me today, and you know, I fire this up, and as you know as well as I do, it's the first few minutes are music, and I don't usually have guests on panel unless they scheduled to be up here, and then to be hit like that, you know, it's just more glorification that people there's some kind of energy around me or around all of this that's causing this need to reach out.
Reaching out, and hopefully they're hearing themselves or listening and revealing a part of themselves. I do that with myself. You know, I don't think I was mad as much as like, okay, am I going to tolerate this noise? Not tonight. You know, coming up here and then projecting onto you from somebody else talking about what diapers. I'm like, okay, so it came out of his mouth, regardless of when you said it or you didn't say it, and then projecting it. Anyway.
Yeah, and I hated that you know, Chris wound up, you know, wound up in the position that he's in. But it wasn't personal. It was just me clearing the backstage, and if that can't be understood or recognized, then that's not my problem. You know, that's just someone else's inability to be able to understand the circumstances.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so if at some time he can find it in him to understand that it wasn't personal, and that I do appreciate having intelligent people in our presence in our conversations. But it was definitely nothing personal towards him.
I know you were starting off with like a little appetizer, but when, maybe if we can go back onto what we were sharing earlier today, and I had mentioned maybe we could put this live if you wanted to, about how it's already written in the vessel or on the body. I might be misusing the words I used because I know I was just kind of departing when we were talking about it or when you were sharing about it anyway.
Oh, my take is it's in the genetics. There's more to, I think, a person's state of being and the representation on this plane and in the waking state that applies to their genetics more so than it does even to some of their conditioning and indoctrination and social engineering. If you have a person whose genetics are uh, from a certain bloodline that is known for a particular thing, a trait, then that's going to be a identifying marker of something beyond character, something beyond even your interactions of, whether it be a tribal position or some type of position in society. Somehow the genetics play a much larger role in things than social engineering and programming. And I think that these type of genetics are something that either they're being counted up, and somebody is trying to identify genetic traces and markers, and for some purpose, which I've yet to completely discover. Got a pretty good ideal though, and I think the rest of us that don't have that particular genetic code are considered fodder, the useless eaters or the goyim, or we're just somehow beneath them, almost like the bloodlines, how they consider the blue bloods to be this elite class and they only breed within the family line to keep that line pure. I don't know if they're looking for what would be considered a pure human, more relative to the earth and the natural state of things, or whether they're looking for the genetic line that has been interloped and changed with a marker of maybe something that would not generally have been there in a natural state. And I'll kind of identify that with the idea of the fallen angels at Mount Hermon deciding to have relations with the daughters of men, which apparently brought forth the Nephilim, which there was no estate for them. And I don't know if it's that divinity that, according to biblical history, that still is present, and maybe that's an identifying marker that they're trying to identify or develop a genocidal type of virus or infection or whatever it is that they choose to use as a cleanup for unwanted genetics. And they will design that genocidal weapon in probably the form of a virus, or even maybe a cure for the virus or preventative for the virus, to eliminate anybody that does not have that particular marker they're looking for. And now that's just speculation, and that's just kind of me shooting in the dark. But all the equations seem to line up to that. You know, when I look at the death rate of who's dying, what I can see as identified genetic trace marks within the people that die, and those that seem to be able to not only endure the poke and stick, but they also aren't generally affected by the virus itself. And I think that they also up the game with mosquitoes. I don't know if you knew that Bill Gates had released uh, billions of mosquitoes from on all the southern coastal regions. And to me, a mosquito is nothing more than a hypodermic. You know, and that's where you get certain diseases from, is the mosquitoes. They deliver them quite effectively. Now, if you bioengineer or genetically engineer mosquitoes that carry a certain infection, and it's capable of just targeting a certain bloodline or bloodline or genetics, because it can recognize or that genetics of that bloodline, and it becomes benign. But if you don't have those trace markers, then even the mosquitoes that they release would be able to get anyone who refused to participate in the old poke and stick game. Let's see this. Yeah. And I think that could potentially be related to the stories that was written of, you know, these governing bodies that were supposed to be watching out for the development of man. That would have been after the incident in the garden, where man was exiled from paradise. And what transpired after that was them leaving the estate of each governing body of each of these angels' jobs to kind of assist man. And I see this also. This is also something I see that is carved into stone in every culture across the world. Is these particular? They all look the same, pretty much the same. Carrying the handbag, got the little wristwatch thing going. You know, they're kind of dressed the same. They're in every culture, and it seems like they showed up after the cataclysm to get, you know, humanity back on track. And maybe they have an agenda that, you know, because you can't find where, or it is yet to be revealed to me, where these people, these group of people carrying this handbag with this same look, jump starting each civilization again. It's almost like they're middle management for the Watchers, or they're something even more. they have more interest in the human race, that they directed them by reestablishing their society again. But I feel that the human race, even from the beginning, whether we were created last Thursday, which is the last Thursday concept, or whether we've been here for thousands of years, it seems like each time there has been something to influence and direct uh, humanity, the human species. And if you go back through, even from Samaria all the way to Babylon, Egypt, and even the sustaining part of Israel now, it's been a repetitive story with the same concept of divine intervention, or just intervention, shall I say, because I can't identify it as divine. I don't know whether it is or not, but I do know it seems to be an interfering factor for the development of our species.
Well, it seems like a lot of that points to the human dynamics, with the DNA and genetics. I put the DNA part in, but the genetic part, I'm just wondering if, and that's all I can do is wonder, if there was something that was the programmers or the ones that are orchestrating all of this or beyond all of that. So the watchers, would they be of human origin, or they can shapeshift into what some people would call, what I call anyway, the human form? Because a lot of that actually keeps us here, whether it's the blood, the feces, the liquids. Go ahead.
It seems that from my observation is has been the human species has been used as in servitude to something. First, we were kind of in servitude to tending and mining, or taking care of the garden. That was, but that's just biblical history. There are other counts of the first person or the first humans to be created, always as a almost an amusement or as a servant to something larger. Yoel or I can't even say the name. The demiurge, and or Sophia. And whenever we encounter something other than our own species, there seems to be some type of genetic manipulation to keep us in a state of working for someone else's interest. And the narrative is set within this construct. And it's a story they try and perpetuate. And my observation of the luminaries, and now how I understand that the luminaries set the stage for the environmental state of energy and the point and cycle that we're in, and them using that tells me that they're not only able to understand and read the cycles that we're going through, but they're also able to identify the energies that are dominant whenever the heavenly bodies or the luminaries reach certain alignments or in certain positions. And that was taken away from us whenever we were given a different calendar. But there is a common thread between whatever helps us redevelop ourselves as an industrial or progressive species. And it seems that seems like they're doing it to achieve something, a state of something that they aren't capable of, or they have to wait for that cycle to roll around for them to use that particular energy, such as portals. You know, there's certain times that portals are more prominent and able to be used than other times just because of the alignment of the luminaries. I'm wondering if they're not governed by them too. That they have to obey and observe the luminaries to interact with man on any type of engineering or, you know, social programming or engineering. There's so many laws to that, but you know that it was all written in stone. It was all written and given to us in stone. It was just give the interpretation, and what it truly was misdirected for us not to understand it. And that was, I believe, engineered too. Though I see this place as a temporary experience, and I'm kind of passing through in an awkward way. There's still an agenda for something that seems to be more dominant and present throughout the centuries, almost repetitively. Now, I really hate to start naming the names of identifying cultures or societies, because the minute I do that, I'm going to reach a point where people are going to start it, not in the same way that these guys just did, but they're going to start taking measure of what I say, and they're going to attack the person and not the message. They're going to lose sight of the message, and they're going to identify their contempt for what I reveal on me.
Well, those are all the safety protocols, you know, because they're not that actually seed gets implanted, and then you would have to deal with it. So knowing that, you know, we have stories, and I'm not going to denounce the fact that some of them could have been downloaded beyond the scope of reading or speaking. But when we say things such as the Bible stories of the garden or the Watchers or the Inky, how did all that could be an agenda, you know, because are we truly able to use the will on our own, or are we being constantly programmed? And then gives us the illusion that, oh, I'm the one that understands it. I see, yeah, but where did the language come from that I'm using right now? So how would I know that something called the Watchers came to be unless they're playing that game? Let us tell us give them our version of what we think the Watchers or the Dermerge or whatever, all these different terminologies that we've been given. Like, how would a program know to question itself? Wouldn't it have to say everything that everything I share is a program? How did I get the language? How did I get these thoughts? You know, the SafeNet protocol would be most people never truly get into thoughts. They'll use them, no different like they'll use numbers and colors, but they won't understand how the energy works with those things. So that would be a protocol. It could be their naivety. It could be a state of ignorance. So, and again, it would be one of those inquiry that I have for myself. It probably doesn't get me anywhere really, but it's a word that I like to use. How does it serve? I never even say, how does it serve me, serve others, save some other entity? How does it serve? Most people want to rule, but they don't realize when you rule, you're probably going to be the bigger servant. You know, this is the concept. If you want to be a king, you got to be the bigger servant, because you got to serve everything. You break it, you own it. You're ignorant, you still own it. You're just unaware that you're owning it. And what would you do with it when you own it? Or are you just experiencing it? Are you observing it? These are words I just throw out there because I realize it is a language that it doesn't have like a comprehension to it. It's a meaningful language. Again, I didn't create it. I get to use it. I get to wield it. Doesn't mean my forefathers, let alone other people, should pay the price for how I wield it. But then people say, yeah, but you should be accountable. Then why do we have governments then if we're supposed to be accountable? Why do we have religion then? Well, I don't believe in that. Why do you have a belief?
Yeah, and I want to apologize for one is I've been despondent today. I've kind of been a little confused, and that's probably just something to do with my state of mind. But even with a ham-handed attempt to throw my show off, or our show, because we're both here, and I consider this to be a fair platform to those that wish to share. Um, I'm 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 analyzing, not trying to be too deep, but I'm analyzing how what an expected human position to take to try and insult someone to prove a point that they're not even a part of, nor were they involved in. And if you think that for a moment, I'm not going to go just as far down that hole as to revealing myself as you could possibly go, because I share that much, and I'm not ashamed of that. It's just a shame that Chris got caught in the middle of that.
If I can share this with you, Axis, I don't know if you actually have the capability, because I know I've done this for you before, because sometimes people in the backstage, so I'll tell you. So I don't know if you read the back chat. I did. The one gentleman that came on, he's in the back, say, can I join the stage? Can I join? He put, I have to add to this discussion. He didn't bring in to add to the discussion. He had his agenda. So at that point, he's noise. Another person came in, started talking about baby crap. He basically, when you inquire who is this person, he put down AKA Cage Reality. So he came in telling us that he's Cage, which he wasn't. More noise. And then we had a couple other guys in chat. I know when I'm hearing energetically children. These guys are all probably from the same little clan, and they came here. No offense to Krish, but he added to it when he says, F to fools and tools come up. Oh, okay. So Axis's channel. I don't think I've ever heard you actually ask fools and tools to come up. But I also know Chris's energy somewhere. I even heard him earlier today. He's looking for some sort of battle, which is fine. But if we're going to play that game, friend or foe, give us a chance to armor ourselves. And are we playing for fucking keeps? Most of these guys aren't playing for keeps. They're coming here to be entertained. Dare not lose a fucking finger or two and then sit there for long enough. Tell me when you're done fucking screaming, because then you're going to start bartering. Then you might come to realize, are you even the vessel? So for most people, they forget you're protected because you're in this fucking form. Outside of that form, you're fair fucking game. But that's the game they want to play. Of course, he sent you. Your noise. You're always noise. You're constant fucking noise.
Yeah, it just with the condition that I woke up in today, being a little confused and despondent, it kind of threw me off there for a second. Taught me a lesson,
Well,
you know.
Of course, the guys are still doing it in the backstage. They're telling me who brought him here. Fuck, I don't want to hear about your fucking cult leader. Start sharing in the backstage what you fucking understand about energy. Start talking about how you see the evil world, the material world. Where you been? Why did you jump into that fucking form? Outside of that, you're fucking noise. All three of you are fucking noise. Now, you might not understand what noise is. I'm doing it right now. It's noise. Anytime we open our fucking mouth, we're breaking our silence. It's noise. Now, you want to talk about frequencies? Then talk about it. I don't want to hear fucking about Cage. I don't want to hear about Delta. Outside of that, you're fucking children pretending to be adults. Now, if you might have a tough time with that, do you understand what the 7-year cycle is to develop your emotions, let alone your mental complaint? No, I don't. Because you guys don't want to talk about that. You just want to be fucking entertained. Keep one eye open tonight, boys.
Right, for sure. They took it upon themselves to try and throw Cage under the bus for what they attempted to do. You know, I'm sure that Cage did not send them here to do that. But yet they use Cage's channel as their excuse for being belligerent and ignorant of where they're at.
You get better reception if you leave your parents' fucking basement and stop smoking all that fucking weed. It's making you more retarded. You just don't know it yet. But when the day you become fucking aware of it, you'll realize I did you a gift. Why? Because you might have to start fucking and thinking and feeling and maybe even be a little bit intuitive. Now, if you understand spiritual stuff, fucking start typing, whether on private chat or in chat. Let's see if you have fucking game, because I'll gladly fucking be the adversary for that noise. That's what you want. Are we playing for fucking keeps, or we're just playing to be amused by each other? Especially when there's enough channels out there that will amuse them.
Yeah, there's plenty of platforms for that. But they were convicted to do this for some reason before I even put the stream up and we went live together, just me and you.
Let's hope that they're actually half decent game demons. I don't want the dumb ones. I want the ones that at least fucking play for fun a little bit longer than this. Well, I'm from this other channel. I'm going to use somebody else throw under the fucking bus. Why don't you show yourself under the fucking bus? How about we entertain? Bring your parents on this fucking channel, and then we'll see how much you're fucking like a moron.
Yeah, that was just an interesting display of fuckery there, you know, and trying to use technology on me is, you know, it's just not going to work.
They still haven't shared anything, Access. They still haven't shared anything outside of somebody talking about me. You want to talk about left-hand fucking path? Okay, go ahead. Read the fucking Satanic Bible, because that's all I'm hearing. Well, this is what I did. Let me turn on the channel and let me talk about I just removed something from the back of my skin. I hope none of you guys are going to be fucking offended. Get the fuck out of here, you fucking moronic child. Turn off your fucking chat. Turn off the fucking video and start talking. What did you learn about cancer cells? What did you learn today about cancer cells, young man? Do you understand how it actually is getting affected by the frequency out there? Or are you just going to play fucking dumb thinking, okay, well, I'll only share when I'm fucking forced to? I still don't see you guys sharing in back chat fucking what you're aware of. At all. You're fucking the Walking Dead. Those are the people that are called consciously ignorant. Once you wake up in the morning, you're asleep already. Now, you might get all offended. But what are you getting offended by? Because I'm just using a word a certain way? The tonality? I'm totally fucking amused right now. How I actually explain myself, does it really fucking matter? Listen to the word, does it matter? You're in a physical form that's going to fucking perish at any given moment. Well, I don't understand you, Dom. I don't give a shit if you understand me. That's your role. Like I tell most people, you're in that vessel. You're accountable for that fucking whatever you do to that vessel. You want to steward it? Fine. You want to use it as a recreational fucking vehicle? That's fine too. Just don't go fucking bitching and complain about other people. And now, am I acting like a moron right now? Yes, I am. Am I okay with it? Fucking right, I am. Go play with your own fucking type, the small-minded folks. Now, fuck off.
Right? As in, uh, yeah. Sorry about that, Dom. And that I was thinking of how inconsiderate their campaign was towards the disabled, and you know, okay, this guy claims to have cancer and whatever, but have they ever thought of a quadriplegic or someone that's bound to a wheelchair or has a part of the body paralyzed and they have to use protective undergarments? Is that funny to them? Is that humorous? Is that something to poke fun of?
It is for most of those folks, access. You know, those
Because that's a serious condition.
maybe it
You know,
is.
I had a daughter that was incontinent until her teen years, and that wasn't fucking funny at all. As a matter of fact, it devastated her self-esteem at times. Not that I'm going to take what they said to heart as personal, but I don't think they realized the scope of who they were actually attacking there by trying to make their implications. You know, and that's a lot of nasty karma to be having to take on yourself just so you can be an ass.
Well, in their world, they might actually be funny. Being sarcastic might give them the interpretation of being funny, not having to be accountable for what they have to say. You know, I'm not going to tell them, would you say that in person? Hey, they can say whatever they want and tell me when you're done. You know, because there is ways to talk publicly, let alone privately. And there is rewards, call them consequences. I call them rewards, the way how certain people talk. They want to catch somebody in some sort of conflict or how they speak. Well, then do you do that to yourself? You know, if you want to lead, follow. You want to be the idiot, follow. When I call people an idiot, guess who's the idiot now? It's me. But I'm okay with it. I don't need somebody else to put me under the bus. Go ahead, Access.
Yeah, I'm not going to. I'm not going to not. I'm not going to feed the fire by being resistant. You know, I'm absolutely going to go with the sway of the water and allow them their idiocy, because it's not a situation that needs intelligence applied to, nor does it need energy applied to. But I just, out of a profound thought, made the connection really quick that and I've got a lot of I've got a lot of understanding for the disabled. And
the way some people talk, they're actually disabled. They're just not aware of it yet.
yeah, and a reckless mind with a chattering tongue that is of that degree kind of makes me think they haven't endured enough. They haven't been subjected to enough of disability and the disabled and those that are looking to share at least a teaspoon of knowledge with each other.
I think sometimes. Go ahead.
It just with the events of today, it was just pretty profound. That's all.
It reveals their demons, their personality and behaviors. There's people that have actually had situations where they've had, children that are handicapped or they've become handicapped. It usually reveals them. It reveals that they already were that nasty person. They despise life. What I get from some people, they have this arrogance to them. They talk down to people. So I'll play the fucking game with them. How far do you want to be talked down to? You want the adversary, but I'm not going to play by the rules. So this is where some people, they have no regards for anybody else. So then you have to give them the same energy. I don't like doing it all the time because it gets sticky, it gets ugly. I got to shed that off. I got to detox myself. And the ones that understand that, they don't like to play that game. But those other people that are too fucking stupid to realize otherwise, they come in, he doesn't understand me. That's not my fucking role to understand you. That gives it away. He doesn't understand the senses. It's beyond the senses. But if you want to entertain yourself with the senses, every time you wake up in the fucking morning, you're in the conscious state. They're not understand how to be still, let alone silence. But that's the game they want to play. Now, they're not that important. The system's already out there. So there's enough people that play that. Obviously, I'm playing it now myself. But for them, when they go around, I said, you are representing where we're at as a human race. It justifies the removal of the human race. They're not to leave humans to their own accountability. Would all this technology even come to be? Would we even be talking with each other through these devices? Probably not.
Well, here's the master of ceremonies himself.
Hey, Cage.
So, Dominic, Access, are you?
You know how I feel about donuts.
I know you like them, don't you? We got all the flavors, bro. We got an assorted mixture. So whatever you want, we got for you.
Apparently, you have a bunch of really devoted slaves to you and your personality. I don't know if you knew that or not. They're really convicted by your channel, and apparently they're convicted by you and your being. Okay,
Me?
that's interesting to see. Yeah.
I have no idea what you're talking about, man.
No.
Okay.
It's just a bunch of clowns that have come from your channel before, and you allowed them, not you, but you on your channel, they've chosen to be a bunch of noisemakers there, and they make it a point. The fact that they use the name. Go ahead.
Oh, you're saying they're over here now? How do they even find where you're at?
That's what they do, Case. That's what they do. That's what they do. The cockroaches, they either scatter when there's a light, or you just leave them a little bit of weed, they're coming. They show up. Especially the privileged Jewish ones.
The Jewish roach?
Yeah, the Jewish ones. You know who I'm talking about. Jewish boy. He's living in some foreign country now because he's been overprivileged. He's the true goyim of all goyims. He knows who he is. But he came in saying that he's AKA Cage. So I started giggling, and then as soon as I heard his voice, I said, oh, there he is. There he is.
Oh, today? It happened today even?
Of course it did.
Just now.
I was just in the mood today.
Oh, no, my bad. Sorry.
No, that has nothing to do with you, Cage. How they behave, that's on them.
Yeah, well, they came from me, though, so I kind of respond.
No, I don't think they even came for you, Cage. That would mean that you're that important.
They're not for me, from me, though.
Are they a parasite? They came from you? Did you shit them out? You didn't, Cage. You didn't. Now you might have egged them on a long time ago, but they got to take accountability. As soon as they said the word Delta, I knew exactly where they're coming from.
I don't know.
Because these guys, they're dumb demons. They got to come out and play. They're like the little dogs that come to the park. They bark, and then they bark to the big dogs, and then they go running between their little owners. Like, no, go back out there and play. Get back out there. Come on. While you're walking, walk across your own shit while you're there. Because the big dog shit's you're probably gonna drown in it. Little children.
Oh no.
No, there's nothing wrong, Cage. It's all fine.
They're fucking around with the wrong channel. That's all I know.
Yeah, not really. Anyway, Axis was sharing some interesting stuff. I enjoyed it, by the way, Axis.
Yeah, it's just a shame. I've been in such a withdrawn and confused state of mind today. I can't find an explanation for it.
Maybe that's how you're able to receive certain types of information from certain people. Maybe that's why they reached out. Because if you're at your strongest energy, they're probably not going to be guided to you at that point.
Yeah, it's for my state of mind. I'm doing the best I can to at least reach something that could be beneficial. I'm generally slow with the rhythm of the information that either is being offered or that I offer, but I seem to be a bit confused and withdrawn today, and I hate that because like I said, I got everyone in the world reached out to me today to communicate.
Well, that might set in after as you're reflecting on it, and might realize maybe it's a possibility you needed that energy around you for today. You know, you might have actually done more for them than they did for you.
Yeah, there's got to be a purpose. I mean, that there's a reason. I'm sure. It's just like whenever I wrote you earlier today, I'm just a little confused and withdrawn. But that's kind of like stumbling into a gold mine and not having not having a bag to collect the nuggets, and that's kind of what today's been. Is I've had wonderful opportunities today to communicate with many people that reached out today, but I didn't have a bag to collect the gold nuggets.
Could be a non-attachment day.
It feels like it.
Learning just to observe energy without feeling as though you need to lean towards one category to another. You know, because we all have, well, I can't say all. I know for myself, I have my own subdirectories going on, my own programs where I joke with Cage when I say this, but I know they exist, my likes and dislikes. I have those categories. I just try not to overemphasize on it. It's like when people say over and over, like a skip record, what are your beliefs? What are your beliefs? This is what I believe. What do you believe? It sounds like a fucking parrot over and over again. What do you believe? What do you believe? Okay. How about you just, ease up on the belief systems and maybe expand that awareness a little bit? Well, you got to prove me what you believe. I'm again, you're so going on. So. And I know I'm going to be entertaining if I have to even open my mouth about those things, because then they're going to categorize and say, okay, well, I like you because you have the same belief with me. How do we have the same beliefs again? Are you seeing what I'm seeing? Like, are you literally seeing through my eyes? Well, no. So then how do we have the same beliefs then? Unless we're talking about programs, which is what, for me, beliefs are. They're programs. Am I doing the same letter A as the way you're doing it? Well, no, we write differently. I said, oh, okay. So do we walk differently? Yes. Do we sound differently? Yes. So then, where do we say that we're alike when we're doing this, this conscious thing?
A belief is something you don't know. Right? You can't spell
Mhm.
belief without the lie.
Yeah, you're right, Cage. Yeah, and even when if you stay long enough in that belief system, then once you start pedaling a little bit with your rowboat in the wonderful world of knowing, people are going to say, okay, whew, it took me 40 years to realize a belief system only has a certain value, and now I'm going to spend the next 40 years fucking trying to grasp knowledge, knowing. It seems like people are spending an enormous amount of time when they're crawling thinking, but I'm walking. So then when you're walking, you're going to be thinking you're running now too now.
Yeah, I'd say belief is on the lower end of the spectrum. Then in the middle, you got knowing.
Yep.
And then there's something that supersedes knowing, which is an automatic process that's installed, in the subconscious. It's like, for example, your automatic functions like your heartbeat or your breath. When you're not paying attention to them, it's still happening. And it's like, that's the highest form of knowing. It's ingrained into your subconscious. That's when you can start making change for real.
Mm-hmm.
When you have that.
Well, I get that point, Cage. Always you inputting many ways how to explain things. I appreciate that. Where now you're probably working with that other program, hence the nowhere and the self. The self is just the lower part. When you wake up, you're playing with that program. But then you have that subconscious program. You start working with that. Now now people start thinking, okay, well, you've been there the whole time. Yes, the subconscious is always there. That's why some people can communicate with it. This is where dream states. Some people say, I have a dream. I said, well, something's trying to communicate with you. You might not understand it. That's why you go to somebody else. That's why we have dream interpreters or people that understand the luminaries. This is why when children ask questions, why, when they're young, that terrible too, the parents have to realize, humble yourself. You might not understand that, but you might, or you might not even know how to answer their questions, but you know enough there's somebody you can guide them to. Because we don't always get born into a family because they're going to give us all the answer, even if an answer is even needed, just an awareness. Now, for a lot of folks, they're going to struggle with that because they're just looking another way how to run that program that's not truly functioning. They want to use that percentage of their brain, which is fine, But if they're honest with themselves, at least they know where they stand. Get out of the way. This is not for you. If you know different from me, I'm talking to a bunch of people or hearing a bunch of people and they're talking about certain things. Either I keep my mouth shut or I remove myself because I'm in the wrong area. If not, then it's all about me then. Okay, guys, when you're done talking, I'm going to talk now. Okay, tell me when you're done so I can talk about me, me, me. Oh, okay. That's not humbleness. If anything else, that's more the ego, serving the self, which has its value, but it also has its limitations.
Yeah, that program above knowing is where reality is formulated. Right? Like it's even in computing. It goes back to the computing definition. I always like this one. The computing definition of a daemon. It's a background process that's running without the user's input. Right? It sounds like a subconscious program to me.
It kind of acts that way in a system, an operating system. It kind of works the same way as what we described as a possession will be prior to the one being possessed revealing that they are possessed. It's there. It's just you haven't noticed it yet because it hasn't made itself or revealed itself.
Yeah, there's this pattern I was looking at earlier, and it's called a method of changing human behavior through the subconscious. They have methods patented and stuff to do this shit.
If it isn't program running, most there's emojing away. Vessel, what else would it be? Yeah, but we're biomechanical computers, and we are encoded with an instruction manual. And just like whenever I presented tonight, which I knew he was waiting to pounce, um, and I could almost see the anticipation in his eyes whenever I put up on the chat um, about uh, how can people why do people question or ask about being a self-sustaining individual system without being created? And whenever I put that statement into the chat, the person that was running the platform, which I could see the anticipation for them wanting to pounce, they took that meaningless, well, it had meaning. They took that statement and was able to utilize it and directly say, well, how do we know we didn't create ourselves? And I thought, what? What were you waiting for? I even put it in chat. I said, there it is. I knew you were waiting. I don't understand. It's almost like a friend reaching out to shake hands and you kick him in the nuts just because you weren't guarding them. That seems to be the operation mode of today, I'm talking today's day, seems to be the energy that we're seem to be fed and we're within the realms of today. I'm sorry that it was just been a profound, heavy day for my weak little mind to endure today. Maybe I broke my brain.
Who are you referring to? What conversation did you have?
Well, I'm not going to name names. I mean, because I'm really supportive of certain platforms, and that I take that on personally to be supportive. Like I'm supportive of your platform, Cage. I'm supportive of We Are Awake. I'm supportive of that platform, and I chose to be. But the energy today, it seems that um, my support, it's almost like it was a reason for them to launch an attack against me. Maybe I had adversarial entities working in the background against me today that aren't localized, but are working through other means. Because confusion is not a state of mind that I'm content with or used to. And it's really just disappointing to me not to be able to speak coherently and in forward momentum. I'm frustrated. I'm sorry, guys, but I'm really frustrated with myself.
You're good, man.
Well, the usage of words together is like the usage of elements. They will reveal something or have its an effect. So when I hear the term create the self, that's why I put the word create. What does it mean actually? And what is the self? I would probably say we input into the self. Like Siri. Siri doesn't need to know or yet be ready to be programmed to realize there's thousands and millions of other energies, in this case, beings that are inputting for Siri to come to be. You know, Siri is just a representative. Siri doesn't need to know that there's a hidden program behind there. But if it is, then how can Siri interact with the masses then, when it knows I know my maker, I know my creator, I even know the people that input information into me. You know, when most people aren't ready for that. It's kind of like when you hear about somebody in the past that was somewhat intellectual, but then the masses understand them. Either A, they've elevated, or that information has been dumbed down to give people the illusion that this person was an amazing person, but they were maybe, but that's all they remember. They forget, what about the teachings? What's the information that person did? You know, are we elevating as a species that all of us know how Wi-Fi come to be, how all the elements work? You know, that's a simple 101 experiment. You just have to meet anybody at a mall, start asking those kind of questions, and they're going to be very, you know, you better off trying to pick them up at that point, opposed to asking those kind of questions. So how do you think the clouds come to be? Oh, no, that's a dumb question. It's a relevant question. You're living in a realm where there's clouds. How does the sun and the moon hold itself? Well, I don't know, Don. Do you know? I said, I'm willing to inquire about it. I'm not saying I have answers. But for most people, they're not going to respond until they have a clear-cut answer that somebody hand-fed them. You know, now you put money involved, networking involved, then people will be a little bit more flexible. Okay, yeah, I'm in a club, so therefore, when you talk about esoteric stuff, even though I don't give a shit about that, I'm just only here to network with other rich people. But, you know, that Manly P. Hall guy, don't understand him, but hey, he's one of us. But you don't understand him. And that's the gist of most folks in this realm. Dare not meet somebody that truly is an inquirer who wants to understand things. And then he has all kinds of questions. Well, Dom, you sound like a fucking one of those terrible 2 kids. You have all these why questions or these how questions. How dare you do that kind of stuff? It's not falling into my likes. So hence, they don't even want to challenge the ongoing program. But yet they'll debate other people's programs because they're peddling their weak-ass fucking opinions. I do it. A lot of people do it. I just don't feel as though I need to have a debate with somebody about it because it doesn't serve me. Yeah, but Dom, you'll win an argument. A fucking gun in the back of their head would fucking win an argument too.
See,
Well, that seems
another
kind
one
of,
real quick.
yeah, or you threaten them so they can pee their pants. I said, so am I. Why? Because I didn't realize I was going to do this. But hey, this is all for pure giggles and kicks. I bought this gun with Cage the other day at Dollarama. It's a pretend gun.
All right, but is the gun is it fucking hollow points or is it full metal jacket though? That's a big question.
Well, it's a question. I don't know if it's a good question. It could be a good distraction question. No, again, I'm just using those terms. You know, it's stupid as I'm even saying it out loud. But hey, I'm not the only one saying stupid things. You know, or intellectual. You know, get the ones that are smart. You know, Dom, I'm a doctor. I said, okay, you went from being smart to clever now. Why? Because I don't need to fucking know you're a doctor. And if I needed to know, I would have asked you, what's your profession? How many degrees did you get? Well, now you're insulting me. No, I thought you did that quite on your own. A wise person will know enough to say, does Case and Dom need to know? And actually, do they need to know that I'm a nurse surgeon? Not really. Hey, but if they're not losing an argument with somebody, then I have to bring those trump cards out. Well, you don't understand, Cage. Why? I know demons and angels, and I know a couple of people that graduated from Yale. And Laurentian too. I know a guy that spoke at Yale. Okay. Did he speak when he was dribbling a basketball? Was he having a coffee in the other hand?
What I'm getting is they're being influenced and directed to create uh, a combative situation. It's not them. It's the same energy that's using them to try and put me in a state of, buying into the aggression. But I pacified it. I didn't feed into it, nor did I respond to it. But it's the same energy that's utilizing each of these people.
Mm-hmm. Well, I can even say I'm doing that also here. Access. Only difference is, you know me, you know I'm going to share certain information. It'll be like you going and you want to learn about Hinduism, and the guy that's teaching you, the only thing he's talking about is, I got 14 fucking chickens in my ashram. My wife doesn't want to be with me anymore. I said, you're not fucking teaching me anything. You're telling me more of your stories. I didn't come all over here just to hear your fucking stories. Now that you could turn around and say, well, how about you come to my country and then you can come visit me and I'll tell you my stories. Why would I do that? Bingo. Why the fuck would I be doing that with you then? I get it. We're going to have those down times once in a while. But those other times, what do you bring into the table so other people can walk away with it? Now some people might say, Dominic, I don't give a shit about spiritual stuff. Then why the fuck are you here? I'm talking about sports and you want to talk about soap operas. Okay. Axis talks about sports. So why are you here? Unless you can correlate and say sports is kind of like drama. So it's a soap opera. Okay. I can see the correlation. Outside of that, it's always going to be about me. So people, we've had this conversation. Axis and me and you, Glenn, sorry, not Glenn, Cage. We've had this conversation privately where I've told, yes, it's always about me. It's a fucking given. So when people say to me, Dom, it's not personal, then you're full of shit. It is personal. It might not be personal with others. But when you start becoming rationally selfish, then you will include others in the equation. Because if not, you're not serving others. You're serving the self, which is nothing wrong, but just know where you fucking stand.
Well, the fact is they were easily led into they were easily controlled and manipulated to be used in an agenda by the same principality, the same energy. That reveals a lot about the unseen energy that's at play here.
Mm-hmm.
It's working at a distance.
It's the people that talk about flesh and blood and higher principality. That's like saying, okay, it's not the computer, and it's the behind scene computer that's affecting the ongoing program. So it implies when somebody's saying that, yeah, it's not about flesh and blood. So, and it's about higher principalities. So then who are you then? Who's the person that's talking? That's the self. That's the ongoing program that doesn't want to be controlled, but yet they want their cake still. I want somebody else to give me all these technologies. Oh, okay. And I want somebody else to run it. And I want other people to dispose of it. And I want to use anybody as an scapegoat. So I'm going to call demons the problem, angels are the problem, gods are the problem. They're not understanding. Maybe the gods don't even give a flying fuck about the human affairs.
Generally, they're indifferent.
Yeah, probably. There's a good chance, especially if you come to the awareness, maybe they might actually be playing us like fiddles. They're inside of us, playing us like a, that's why people say terms like giving up the ghost. What are you giving up? Well, I don't believe in that. Okay, so do you believe the clouds you created or humans created it? Because that's the only thing you're going to do. You're going to use a belief system. And then you're going to peddle around that is the truth. It's so fucking easy to use the word truth after everything. That's the truth. That's the truth. That's the truth. That's the truth. Well, then if you know the truth and you keep fucking peddling that shit, then you must also know the deception, the lies, the way to mislead yourself. No, Dominic, I don't do that. Really? You're full of shit now. You just don't know it yet. But then you do know it. How would you apply discernment to it? Are you going to use that as fertilizer? Are you going to make sure the insect's going to reproduce in that shit? What are you going to do with it? Because you're going to work at a job for 30 or 40 years, feed that vessel, shelter that vessel, and never become aware of the fact that you're not that vessel. But hey, you'll say shit like, be in the world but not of it. What does that mean? What does it mean, being in the world but not of it? Be in the material but not of it. People like to parrot shit, but they really don't want to comprehend that shit because dare not do that. Holy fuck, that just got into my system. How did the gatekeeper miss that? I'm gonna have to find more people to join up again because I have to get back in. I got to get enchanted again. I better look for something as an excuse. Let's blame religion from a state position, and if that's not working, let's blame something else. Let's blame biology. Let's blame those people, those immigrants, those homosexuals. Let's blame the midgets. Let's blame the parasites. Let's blame anything but fucking take accountability. Well, he seems mad. No, you seem fucking so numb that you can't even show an emotion. And if you do it so fucking cleverly to make sure it's safe. Okay, do I have enough guys hanging out with together?
Well, that's definitely not an approach that's going to penetrate or affect my endeavors. Shame was one of the first things that I started really having to endeavor choosing whether to remove the safety protocols on or not. Shame is one of the hardest things when you take on shame to deal with or remove. And it's a very intense personal struggle to even take on removing the protocols of shame, because it's with shame that most people will closet the biggest part of themselves because they're ashamed of it, or people will find that weakness and try and shame a person. Insults are easy to handle. Shame is a whole different monster altogether. And for people to get over their shame or to remove the safety protocols where shame is, remember why you removed it, remember that state, but when you remove it, then you start understanding that shame is shame is something that can be broadened, and only if you take it as a shameful thing. And I don't see for myself much shame. So where this
Well,
go ahead.
on that axis, as observers, as beings, some of that shame that people get caught up is not even theirs to own. Because we hang around other energy beings. So this is how language works. So when somebody says, I feel shame, I said, so you're trying to heal something that doesn't belong to you. Because if you truly did do it consciously, shame, you should be okay with it. Because you realize you're in this form, you're already limited as it is. That's an arrogant person, been bombarded with the fucking 7 sins. More demigod shit, which is fine. You want to entertain the idea that you're shame, that you've done something arrogant, I'm okay. That's why I don't make it a point to fucking rip into other people. I'm not going to push my shit onto other people because I'm okay with it. When a person is not okay, that's how they talk. They're looking for somebody else to abuse because they've been abused. It's kind of like the guy that's been molested. They don't understand it, so they actually start acting it out. Because they're revealing themselves. You were destined to be a self-absorbed piece of shit. And now somebody just interfered with you a little bit, but you would have just done it more subtly, hence codependency and all that. Now, some people might have done something that harms another human being. Don't worry about what shame. Maybe you can make it up in the next karma, the next fucking lifespan. Now, I could be talking like this and I could be way off, but that's for them to do some introspection and say, what belongs to me? Did I experience it or did I observe the energy when I was around other people? You might have somebody that might have cursed himself, not willingly, but now you're picking up their energy. It's not mine to own. I'll pop in all that kind of terminology to remove that stuff, to indicate what does belong to me. Have I truly sinned? Have I truly sinned? And to who did I sin to? I might not get an answer, but I'm still going to fucking inquire about it. You know, it's no different when people say that they're good. I said, no, you're acting fucking good. Don't condemn yourself by saying you're good, because then you're going to condemn by somebody else saying they're bad. No, they're acting bad. We're in this form. That's why we have many words with the word act. That's why we're in an illusion. We're in a play. We have scripts. We have emotions. We have to express ourselves. Because if that's the case, then what? A person that commits a crime, how do we not know a crime was not committed to them? And who made the fucking rules that we have to follow? That's an inquiry. That's not me telling somebody that was wrong. That's an inquiry. Who made the rules? Bring them to me. Give me a name. Religion? No, that's not a name. That's an organization. Give me a fucking name. What punk-ass piece of shit gave us rules to follow? Now, there could be higher beings, but last time I remember, for most people, they're having human issues. So let's leave the animals out of it. You know, I love when buddies tell me live and let live. I said the animals would have a tough time with that speech.
The whole system would.
Sure it
I'm
would.
talking the constant. Yeah, I think constant would prevail to disagree with that, and I mean prevail in the sense of you're just bouncing off of it.
Mm-hmm. You know, people have to question themselves. I question myself. When people start questioning me, I said, stay in your fucking lane. You want to question ideals? That's fine. You start questioning me, you're fucking barking up the fucking wrong tree. Yeah, but Dom, you could be full of shit. And if I'm aware of doing that, why the fuck are you playing with me then? And I don't want to hear about Jesus. I don't want to hear about Muhammad. I don't want to hear about Socrates. Those are just names. It's like you using my name. It means fuck all to me. But other people, that's of value to them. Then break it down for yourself so other people can at least hear your story. Because there's going to be fucking many stories we're going to tell each other. Do they serve you? Good. Be the example. If they don't, shut the fuck up. Now, that's me being a little bit of an arrogant piece of shit, but I'm okay with it. Where other people, they're not okay with it. They got to be safe. Okay, let me see if that person is weak. It's like a bunch of guys going to a club looking for the weak fucking link so they can actually pray like a bunch of fucking antlers on a stick or something. I don't know. They're not give a lion a fair chance like you. Drop that fucking gun and have a real fight with that lion. Then you can talk about whether or not you think your manhood has been fucking served. But people don't want to have that kind of conversation access. They want to light things in that. Oh, let's talk about president of some country. Let's talk about the Illuminatis. Let's talk about the Earth's shape. Let's talk about whether or not there's a Mandela effect. You know, maybe there's a cycle change, and I'm going to have to wear tampons for this new age that we're coming into. Maybe. Let's play that game. I don't mind changing gears. Sure, no problem. There's a new age coming. So how do you think that's going to affect us? And it does affect some people. Some people are more affected based on environment changes than others. Some people know when there's going to be an atmosphere lowering or whatever. Some of them get headaches.
No, tell
I'm
me
not here
about
to.
that.
Sorry, guys. Sorry, access. Sorry.
So tell me about that.
Mm-hmm. Now we
Uh,
can hear each other, and maybe you might end up having a child that chooses to jump into that form that has a similar kind of effects, similar to a certain point. You know, why do some people when they get into an accident, all of a sudden now they're affected more by the weather? Some people can break it down, but it doesn't work for everybody. This is where when some people say, "Well, it doesn't affect me," so can't denounce it. It just doesn't work for you, or it doesn't affect you. But we can still show some sort of an ear to somebody. I'll hear you because it's not about me agreeing or disagreeing with you. That's my view. Now, other people, they got to put that caveat on it. Yeah, I got to be led by my feelings, my likes and dislikes. What you have to say, I don't agree with it, so therefore I have to combat it. Why? Why do you have to combat my views? Because you're just going to make me what? Either shut up or fucking get louder? How does that serve the rest of the people that are hearing us?
yeah, if anything, please take away some etiquette. If you receive nothing else from this channel, this platform, and the messages that are displayed here, at least on the very basic, simplest level, take away some etiquette.
Mm-hmm. Well, that'll help. Especially if it becomes a little bit, sideways. But then there's times where if somebody has something to share that's very insightful and in depth, does it really matter how it's presented at that point when it's very scarce? It'd be different if it's like a dime a dozen, everybody's sharing very similar ideals, whether it's we're going to use topics like spiritual stuff. Then yes, etiquette, how you pronounce yourself, we can hone in on that. But it's very few people that are talking about it. So at this point, it doesn't matter if it's a fucking guy barking at the top of a fucking building, talking like a trucker. It's the message. But then people have to say, well, no, wait, it has to be presented to me a certain way. So now I have to do your fucking homework for you too now? What do you want to hear? You want to hear your mother's voice? Your dad's voice? You want to hear the guy that bullied you in fucking school voice? What voice do you want to hear? Because it seems to me I have to go through obstacle courses to fucking please you. And I fucking despise using pleasantries with people because we got to tippy-toe around each other's emotions. That's an easy thing to fucking sell to the masses.
I'm trying to hear it in that little voice you do, Dominic.
No, you're not getting that, Case. That's a private conversation. Only private gets a conversation. If I bring
I'm
up,
trying to hear the little demon voice you have.
that little Pinocchio voice, that's after Labor Day kind of talk. But I do that to humor myself, Gage, because I know I get into these lost fucking tangent thoughts or whatever. And I really don't expect people to follow me. Pick up the notes. I'm not here to be your fucking professor. I'm not here to be your guru. I'm not here to even be your fucking enemy. That's of no concern to me at all. But I am to be of service, whether to myself or to others. What other people do with this information? Fill your boots. You don't like it? Fuck off. If you like it, again, fuck off.
Fuck off either way.
Yes, that's my way of saying, I'm not asking you to follow me. I'm not asking you to think whatever comes out of my mouth. I didn't invent the fucking language. I get to wield it, and that's on me. I drive my bus. I run over myself every so often. Somebody else doing it to me, I said, why? Who made you my fucking ruler? I already have too many. Why the fuck do you want to be my ruler now, too? Are you paying me to entertain you? People like to have channels, and you're channeling. Having a channel is a fucking dime a dozen. That's like fucking going to the flea market. Everybody starts selling the same shit over and over again and wonder, it was a good hot product we're selling. Yeah, it was good until everybody else started peddling the same shit over and over again. Birth certificate only works if you actually think you're the vessel. Outside of that, they got you in Commerce Court. And if they're truly aware of how spiritual energy works, they're fucking laughing at you. I don't identify by the name. Get the fuck out of here, you piece of shit moron. I don't agree with the driver's license. Okay, whatever. So how does a moronic, self-absorbed person that talks about anarchy, being self-governed, opposed to governing the self, how does that work with the masses? Women wouldn't even be safe around those morons. Children would be either neglected, which would be best case scenario. Outside of that, they would probably be abused. That's usually a
Yeah,
self-absorbed piece of shit that's talking about anarchy. But go ahead, sorry, Axis.
yeah, that is so entirely true. Um, from my observation, whenever a person is able to experience being out in the middle of nowhere and having that ability to self-govern because there's just nobody around, and if you're with somebody out in the middle of nowhere like that, uh, you you tend to understand at points exactly how how much those policies that are set in place do not apply. So when you come back into society and around people, you appreciate that those policies are in place just for the fact that we would bludgeon each other to death.
Mm-hmm.
That's how uncivilized we truly are. Because we do it with our words, we do it with our intent. Um, it's been done to me all day. And if we were in a different situation where there was just self-governing people, one, I wouldn't have had any of those encounters today, and two, we would all be concerned about having our heads beat in by the ungoverned. So be thankful at least that there's something to hold those people at bay because they're there in the millions, and
Mm-hmm.
it's no small number. And to preach anarchy, well, you better think about the fact that if you got anarchy and this other guy's got anarchy, you better hope that he has some morality or
Mm-hmm.
sense of wanting you to preserve your existence or your life, because anarchy, he can take it and not have to suffer any consequences whatsoever.
Mm-hmm. Anarchy actually perpetuates monarchy again. Because then eventually people say, well, then we're going to have to, group up again. Why? And then we're going to have to follow that one leader now because he no longer wants to do everything by himself, or she. It's usually a male, unfortunately. And now they're going to say, well, now we're going to have a king or queen over us. So now you're right back from anarchy back to that. I'm not saying either of those systems even do serve truly for the masses. It doesn't. And then some people restrict themselves because they use that concept of shame. Well, I would be shameful. No, you'd just be more concerned about other people, what they would think of you. So then you're really truly not secure of yourself. You don't want to stand on your own. It's always nice to talk about anarchy when you're living in comfort. I have a car, I have a train system, I have a bus system, I have somewhere else I can order my food, I can go to the grocery store. What they're really saying is, it doesn't favor me. It's not about me anymore. It's all about me. That's what usually those anarchy boys are talking about. They're usually fucking diarrhea of the mouth at best. And then they go on and on. And the only reason it works is when they have a whole bunch of people that are just as fucking brain dead as themselves in those conversations. They're not ever challenged. What does it mean for you, let alone others, your mother, your kids, your father, or whoever, to be living in a system where there is no rules? How would the trees, how would the bodies of water hold themselves? How would the clouds be where they are?
Well, I'm going to give you some vicious truth, Dom.
Go ahead,
If
sure.
it was anarchy, no one around me would be safe.
Yeah, but then again, with anarchy, we wouldn't probably have people say, I'm going to actually design some technology. No, I'm too busy trying to protect myself. or I'm too busy whittling some sort of stick so I can jab somebody because they just openly bragged about, I have all these chickens. Okay, no problem. I don't want to go around stealing your chickens. I'll just fucking kill you and take over your place and do the same shit when somebody wants to do it to me. That's what those guys are talking, the wild, wild west. The reason why it didn't work is because you had morons that talk like that. They're not give somebody a gun or some other kind of device. They would go around shooting everybody. I said, you're going to eventually run out of bullets. You know that, right? And then we're just going to stay away from you for a couple of weeks when you starve, and then we'll come in after you're dead, you moron.
Yeah, that's whenever you speak on the ideal of what we have, the technology and the privileges that we have. I've got respect for, well, we talked about that earlier. I've got there is a respect level for that, an appreciation for that convenience. So therefore, I'm not going to rock the boat when it comes to that. And I'm definitely not going to apply anarchy to it, especially not with knowing the reaches that my thinking goes to. So it's even further so to know that at least something is holding people who are that contain the thoughts that I contain, or even worse than thoughts that I contain, at some type of bay, and appreciative of the fact that we were brought into a state of government or whatever it is, ruling class, that could help guide us into being able to work together at a factory, appreciate somebody's new innovative ideal, bring it into reality, have people work together from the ideal of this product, whatever it may be, to the distribution of it, to your purchasing of it, because it makes things more convenient, or it has some type of purpose, or even entertainment. Because in my world of anarchy, that's not even remotely a possibility.
Anarchy doesn't work when you're engulfed in civilization. It just doesn't work.
No.
If you're actually a nomad, you're living with wilderness, taking your chance with the law of the jungle kind of ideal, because there is laws even over the jungle and the forestry. You're going to be governing of the self while you're in another thing that's in harmony, destructive, constructive kind of destructive ideal. But when you're with civilization, you're around a whole bunch of people that are domestic. That's why they have to make policies. Most people just aren't trained to say, listen, these are the rules that you have to follow. You might not agree with them, but how does it look like when a whole bunch of people are driving a car, let alone a whole bunch of people that are making a car and aren't really fucking concerned about all the bolts being fucking tightened? You have to have rules. And you have to have policies. You might even have to have punishments. Why? Because, or rewards, as I would call them. A reward. What's your reward? Well, the fact that you didn't tighten all the bolts at your fucking at your car that every people have to buy. Maybe you're going to be punished in some way. Your reward is 2 weeks without food. But don't worry about it. You have a chance to go home and grow your own food. But you're not going to have the privilege of going to somebody else's big corporation store and buy foods there. You know, that's
I
the
have
credit.
I have a new guru asked, in which context is the word anarchy being used when you got that emoji in the way when you have this conversation with those folks? If you could type something in there so it'll raise your text there, because I have an emoji blocking the bottom part of your words. Or hell, I'll do it myself. Okay. In which context is the word anarchy being used when you have this conversation with these folks? Definition of anarchy. to me, and my comprehension of what anarchy is that you are completely free and at liberty to do as thou will in any context, with no regard to anyone else.
Well, that's one of the side effects. So some people will use anarchy when it comes to below monarchy, where they have governors without the absence of government. You know, having a state of lawlessness, even though those are just policies. Political disorder do, where some people they'll use about anarchy in a form of self-governance. You can govern the self, but most people are going to be governed by the self. So I can live out in the wilderness. I can live. I can work. I can live and become a farmer, kind of ideal. But as soon as you bring some sort of technology that the masses produce, now you're civilized again.
Yeah,
You
to
know.
me, it's the ability to be a feral animal, um, and complete lack of domestication, nor any consequences for your actions, and the only responsibility you're going to take is that which may be forced upon you, which is a type of governance. But no, it's a person being allowed to be completely feral and to answer to no one for their actions.
There's two definitions here. Anarchy. The first definition: a state of disorder due to absence or non-recognition of authority or other controlling systems. And then two, the organization of society on the basis of voluntary cooperation without political institutions or hierarchical government.
Mhm. That's true, Gage. You know, so now this is where some people would have to bring in the concept of morals. You're in a mortal form, so you're going to have to understand morals. That has to be taught, or as an example, either through speech or action. So now, for most people that are self-absorbed, they don't care about that kind of stuff. You know, they're not rationally selfish. They're not going to include others in the situation. So at that point, you must not even have kids, unless that's just serving you even that much more. So now you're going back now to monarchy now. You're going to be the ruler in your household. So you're not even doing anarchy anymore. Now, if you want to take your chances and want to live in the wilderness, you don't want to actually even be accountable for the chickens and the foxes there, then you're doing that. You're like a nomad at that point. You're without anybody governing over you. But that's a rare species. That's a unicorn. Somebody will probably play it down. It's like a person says, I'm a vegetarian. Okay, but don't you eat meat on a Thursday? Yeah, but I'm a vegetarian all those other days. Okay, whatever. You keep telling me those stories. So that's where most people, you couldn't really be able to do anarchy in a civilized system. There's too many fucking programs running. Now, people, what they'll do is they'll use the term that they've been given. I live off the grid. Okay, so you're living without certain technologies. Okay, well done. But you're still not really doing anarchy. You're saying the word. It's like when people say the word truth. You're just saying the word. If you understand the energy, you don't have to say the word. You're doing it. You're being it. So the ones that are actually, let's say they are doing anarchy, we're giving a label to it. If you're doing it or being it, okay, then you're going to say, yeah, whatever you want to say, Dom. You want to call it anarchy, call it whatever you want to call it without rulers, okay, fill your boots. But the ones that truly understand, you are in a realm that has many rulers. And we're not just talking about the fucking human race. There's things that rule over nature and all its parts. If you think that's just a random fucking thing, then therefore you must think all your parasites are fucking random. All the cells in your body is just random. It's the Big Bang all over again, which it could be. But tell me when you're done with that story. Go ahead, Axel.
What about spiritual anarchy? Because I guess like we're all participating in a form of that technically, because we're not going along with the system. Like we're not with the church or with Islam or whatever. You know, we're not with like the overlying system that's being fed to everybody. Yep.
Well, religion and state, Cage, are just more dogmas. Commerce is the one that runs most people. Even slave and mastery does not work because most people will say, listen, so you're going to withhold the food that I need to keep this body running? Well, then I'll put a fucking pitchfork to my own head then. So that doesn't work. So what you have to do is you gotta feed people's comforts. You know, most people don't want to live with nature. You know, it's nice. It seems like a nice novelty. Maybe this is me projecting. You know, I can live out there. I live in a tent. Okay, Don, did you make the tent or did you actually buy a tent? Well, let's say I made a teepee. How long would you do it for, Don? You know, there's a grocery street down the street. Would you actually go to it? Now, people will say, well, Don, I have no money. But let's say you had money. Would you go to the grocery store? Some people will say out of arrogance, no, I wouldn't. Okay, so let's see what other temptation we can give you. Would you want a bike? No, I don't need a bike. Okay, would you want a heated pad in your nice little tent that you built? That would be nice. Would you want electricity? Or would you rather have batteries? Which one do you want? This is why I say this, Cage, with all sincerity. Most people are unaware how much they're full of fucking shit. And they're just comparing themselves to other people that are that much more fucking full of shit. The bar is set so fucking low, a person will say, yeah, but I live off grid. I said, okay, this ought to be fucking fine. Do you have satellites? Well, no. Do you have a truck? Well, yeah. So where do you get your fuel from? Did you dig a special fuel fucking pump right beside your well? And you're processing oil? Well, no. I said, so then how are you truly living off the grid? Or are we just using their government terms? Again, if you're without government rules, you're not even going to play by their wordage. What people are looking for is just a different way to live comfortable because the masses have shown their fucking ignorance to no fucking end. Bitching, complaining about the few that are trying to help people become aware or the few that are trying to fucking keep you dumbed down is still the accountability for the masses. Take away the end, by the way.
Take away the end, he says.
Another perspective from New Guru. Interesting panel question on the topic. Does panel think for human morality is all the result of domestication? If we were truly born feral, would we have zero morality?
Well, morality against for the mortal form. You know,
Yeah, morality solely or
sorry, go ahead, Axis.
thanks for the bump up to let me read that. Yeah, it's just that's I guess that's the question. If we were born feral, would we have zero morality? Thus, that was my answer to his wanting me to define anarchy. For me,
Probably have like familial morality. Okay, I guess that's like just nature. Like, even animals will protect their own children, will die for their own children, and that fighting and shit.
Again, morals is for the mortal part. We're in a mortal form, so we have to construct some sort of rules. You know, if a person was living out in the wilderness and they didn't know language or they just know different variations of language and they had this urge from their ego, their vessel called the I, then they're going to kill something, whether it's in the form of killing an animal or ripping up a plant, you know, to sustain that vessel. Outside of that, if we're talking energetically spiritual, do they have an order? Yes, they do. You don't see tornadoes everywhere. You don't see hurricanes everywhere. And you don't see them all the time. You don't see the earthquakes. You don't see volcanoes erupting all the time. But they do serve when they do. Same with forest fires, whether they're man-made forest fires or lightning chooses to do it. Again, the human part, if it was just solely the human part, they would be like the animals. That's it. We wouldn't have bridges. We wouldn't have high rises. It's the being part, the essence to us. That's the part that's, people can say we've interfered. That may be true, but you guys were doing a shitty job before anyway. And then we have to work with all these programs. So now we're in these fucking forms. So we have to play by certain rules. So we'll call them morals, integrity. We'll call them empaths. But you're still fueling a vessel and you're sheltering a vessel that is not you. If you're sure that's you, then when you guys are hearing me, who's the one that's fucking fueling the vessels right now? Who's running the liquids in that body? Are we going to think that's just an automatic? It's just turn of a button. It runs by itself, Dom. Oh, okay. So is that the same with the self too? Then nobody's going to take accountability to them? Who runs the body when somebody hears about another person in a coma state?
Well, that
That's
was the rebuttal.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. That was the rebuttal that I used whenever the conflictive ideal of maybe I did create myself, and to present that as for the just the you got the word for it that you usually use. But anyhow, just as a rebuttal to that, I put, tell me more about your concept of creating yourself. I really want to know. I'm interested. If you're going to present that type of response, just to be, what word is it you use? Well, anyhow, it's a slippery way of sneaking in a low blow.
I think, I think what happens is people don't really understand what the self is. They think the self and the body is the same fucking thing. No, the self would be me talking about creating or manipulating or inputting to Siri. Siri did not make the fucking computer. Creating the vessel is fucking totally different than creating the self. Now, somebody can say, well, Dom, I created the body. So then you created the mother, the womb that you came out of? I want to hear this fucking conversation. The ego is the I. It's the vessel. The self is the ongoing program called within the matrix.
Clever. Damn it. I told you I'm fuzzy and I'm really in a little bit of a state
You're
of
looking for clever.
yeah. I'm in a kind of a confused, despondent state.
Mm-hmm.
But whenever I put when I put it out there that of course we were created, you because we're not a self-sustaining, we a perpetual thing, object, being, creation. I said that that implies a creator, and that's whenever the response was, maybe I created myself, and that was someone trying to be clever. And then the response to that was, enlighten me. Give me information on creating oneself, because that would be an interesting endeavor and conversation if there was validity to it to endeavor upon. And I wasn't being cute with that one.
At that point, actually, the only way you can actually play with cleverness is you say to them, okay, please define the word create and define the word self. Because they've used two words. And yes, most people that are smart will go to clever. They won't actually go to wisdom. They won't go to discernment to realize, are they different? Creating and making are different. To create means you made something come out, what? Made it come into existence? Okay, so then did you create the language that you're using with the self? Well, no. Okay. Did you give yourself all those ping feelings you have when you need to eat, or when your body tells you, can't even use the word body. I'm not to play with the word self now with them. So how do you know when you're in harm's way? Where do you go when you go to sleep? Because they're talking about the self. How does that work? And hence the term know thyself. Who's the knower and who's the self? Now, when people start scratching into that and they're ready to get out of kindergarten, then they'll understand what the observer is. The one that's there the whole time. That's why we're a species. We like to observe things. We love watching sports. Some people like to use their ego and say, listen, I want to participate. I want to put my body there. That's why when somebody commits a crime, I said, so now your body has to pay the price? When your body was giving you all kinds of signals like, I don't want to pull that fucking trigger. Why? Because you're going to make me fucking suffer because your stupid fucking ego, yourself. Sorry, not your ego. Your ego pays the price. That's why when they teach the word the ego, the I, use like a
Right.
mantra. And then eventually people can go inwards and say, okay, so now I differentiate. Now that could be all full of shit, but you're entertaining ideals opposed to some fucking outdated fucking program that most people never challenge.
Got some crazy noise going there, actually.
Yeah, I'm dumping this it's still water out of this 2-liter.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's new. That's his new frequency, noise frequency. I love it.
Yeah.
They're upgraded tech.
No, it was still water. I keep 2 liters of water by my bed, because I drink so much liquid, and when that water gets flat and stale, and I put my coffee to it, I can taste it. So sometimes I have to renew the water in bottles that have been sitting there for several days. Plus, I feel safer consuming water that is fresher. But yeah, it's a new sound sample and a frequency that someone can borrow and use and maybe frighten the masses with.
It was healing my emotions. It's water, so.
Yeah, that wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't 2 liters of semen. No. I have to use a gallon jug when it comes to semen. 2 liters just don't work. That's clever, or being clever.
Mm-hmm. A lot of us, we do that. I do it intentionally because I want to see whether or not people can entertain different ideals, let alone different words. But for a lot of folks, including me, we get stagnated. We start parroting certain words over and over again, and then when we start hearing new words, Cage will break it down and he'll introduce new words. People looking for something to say, yeah, but I don't like the way he presents himself. So therefore, anything that comes out of his mouth is not worthy enough. So meanwhile, somebody else that shows you over and over again, they're fooling themselves on a regular basis. But most people can relate because he's attractive looking, he's financially well off. I said, so what are you going to do with all that money when you realize the mortal form has its limitations? I get it. You want to steward your body, you want to keep it in good shape and all that. Well, then you better fucking learn about how the luminaries work. You better know how colors work, how to associate them with different days. Well, what I want to do that. So you're the one that's talking about keeping that fucking vessel fucking tuned fork beautifully. You better understand singing bowls, you better understand how tuning forks work, singing bowls and all that kind of stuff. You better understand how frequency works. Well, I don't care about that, Dom. Well, then why the fuck you keep talking about taking care of that vessel then? Which one is it?
Yeah, and I definitely want to make it abundantly clear that I'm not trying to stoke any type of dispute, and definitely not trying to stir up any type of antagonization with the person that I had this interaction with. It's just an observation because I still support that platform.
Any platform. It could be anybody accesses at that point. There's been many books written which is fine. I hope it serves people, and they say, Dom, I feel good now because I've joined a particular cult now that writes certain types of books. Okay. So you're not going to join religion. You're just going to join something else. Yeah. It's my sports team. I wear their jerseys. So this is not a new thing that we're doing. We're just using maybe it might look like a new technology, but we're doing the same human behaviors. People like to stop off at a certain train station. This is the station that gives me the truth. This is exactly why the Bible was written the way it was. You guys don't understand it, so therefore we're the chosen ones. Chosen for what? That's what usually goes through my head. What are you chosen to be? Are you, I joked with you earlier today, actually, when I said, would you rather be the sheepdog, the wolf that openly tells the sheep, I'm there to eat you, and meanwhile, I'm supposed to be in the shepherd? Well, I'm going to eat you later.
Right? And it was delivered in all good intent on my behalf. Which spoke volumes, but it was all in good intent. And it still is, and I don't want it to be misconstrued. But it was just strange that it was addressed with such an emotional disposition that they took on the concept of they created themselves, which is a pretty powerful statement, because how the hell you do that? And if you know how to do that, enlighten me. And if that's something that you've truly thought about as being a potential, then I want to understand the thinking behind that, or at least the mode and the method, because that's something that I haven't ever addressed for myself. So I haven't addressed the idea that I created myself.
You could. Again, it's one of those things that you'll probably entertain a lot more ideas than most people will, and you'll learn more about teachings. You'll even practice them. Where if it was said to combat what you had stated, then it's not worthy. It'd be different if they had said, okay, Access, why did you share what you did? Because now for you to ask them, now we're making it about them now. And that's just revealing them. Now, if you were just giving some sort of information just to see how whatever the community you're with, to see how they respond, one at least showed you. And this is where the few can wreck it for the many. Where, okay, so are we willing to play with what Access wrote? Well, no, not really. But Access is willing to entertain what you wrote. They're not really sharing ideals with you. They're giving you statements. And that's fine. I don't think they're willing to explain to you how they created the self, let alone break it down. What is creation? What does the self mean to you? And I'm talking about them, whoever wrote that statement.
Right.
Those are the kind of people that are going to say, oh, this is beyond your understanding capability. Really? Interesting. You're full of shit, right? I want to see how they respond. Because if they're okay with it, I'm like, okay, so, because remember, shit is, to me, people are wide enough to ask, what do you mean, Dom, when you say shit? It could be fertilizer. So you're planting a seed, right? Don't you need fertilizer somewhere? Most people just think the way I say it that I'm trying to be cruel or whatever. I said I could be, but you could ask. A lot of times certain people don't share what they share just so people can give them like, oh, Dom, Access, you're amazing. Oh, wow, I don't give a shit about that.
No, that's not what I even dropped. The information that I drop is, I'll drop it and move sometimes, or if after I read or get the feel for the room, I'll drop something and before I exit, or sometimes I'll drop something when I enter.
But this is what happens, Access. People get caught up in certain other people's energy. This is how people become racist. They have one person give them a bad experience or a good experience. So the bad experience can come in the form of they're going to assume everybody must think alike. Or they have a good experience, so therefore everybody must be a good guy. I said both of them, you're being naive. Why? Because each individual you meet, you should be able to ask them, why did you say what you said? I'm glad you asked me. The fact that I share it publicly, I'll respond it publicly. When I give this little baits out there, I want to see, first of all, who are tribal out there. The rest of you are asleep. I know that already. But hey, I'm always willing to entertain the few. And in this case, Don, what do you mean what you said that? Well, I'm glad you asked the question. Why? Because it's not always, I'm not going to do your fucking homework and put fucking question marks at the end of each fucking inquiry. Because I'm giving people the benefit that they've done that themselves. If not, why the fuck are you here? Pretending to be in high school when you haven't even fucking gone to kindergarten yet. Now, my tone of voice is just to say, listen, stay away. It's of no interest for the people that come here with their fucking noise. There's enough already out there. Yeah, but I want to understand. No, you don't. Because the fuck, if you understand, it has nothing to do with understanding me. The word gives it away. Stand under something. Work with the mind. Now, if you want to be hand-fed, go to a fucking club. They teach that shit. And if you don't want to go to a club, go to your fucking boys' club. Go to one of the dogmas out there. You could fucking debate back and forth whether or not Jesus is the savior or not, or you can find out whether or not the earth is fucking flat or not. Or maybe you can play with the Mandela effect. Anything to entertain you. I hope the people that are sharing that information with you are getting paid fucking handsomely for it. If not, they're just agents unaware yet.
Well, yeah, the entire chat was ready to pounce on me. Had he addressed it any further in a negative sense, the entire chat room was ready to attack.
Oh, I could only hope it was negative. They're probably in a condescending way. Negative energy would mean that they actually understand what supports the positive energy. So again, Access, I know you share certain information. If anything else, you come to a certain level of sharing information where you're already coming down to a certain level. I hate to use the analogy, but you're actually coming down to such a fucking numbing way to explain things to people so they can fucking grasp it, and then they still fucking bitch and complain. Get the fuck out of here at this point. It would be doing them a great service too, especially when I say that shit, because if they leave, they might find out their true callings, because it's surely not this. Now, people might think, I've done that with even apprentices before. This is not your calling. Yeah, but I need the money. I said, that's a given in this fucking world. You might end up being an engineer and holding yourself back being a fucking electrician that you'll never be good at it. So fuck off. Leave.
Well, that profoundly applies to someone that just is a heart surgeon just because he's getting paid well. He's not concerned about how skilled or the art of heart surgery, or how that is that is an endeavor that holds serious discipline and dedication, and the only thing they're going into it for is because pays good. Well, that I don't want that fucker working on my heart. Because that's why he went into it, for the money. I don't want him wiring my house either.
Well, that's the thing. Those are the folks that they don't realize how much the conditioning is done by you being in that energy. If your parents are constantly fucking thinking and not sharing out loud, or even if they are sharing out loud, son, the only reason why I go to work is because of money. They might not say those words, but their energy is revealing that. Son, the only reason why we do anything, we're going to manipulate people. Not because we really care about manipulating people, because we can make a buck off of it. That's the energy that's out there. It's like taking water and then you're putting a little bit of liqueur. Eventually you can get rid of the liqueur and the water will just keep manifesting that. It will shapeshift that and it'll make it stronger. That's the energy that's out there. It's there to serve you. You want to be the best fucking crook? It'll serve you. You want to be the dumbest fucking crook? It'll serve you. Energy travels to the strongest energy, regardless if it's weak or strong. It will travel to it. People don't want to actually give themselves that fucking challenge themselves. If you find out religion doesn't serve you and you find out you're a fucking Luciferian, then go that way. If you find out it doesn't serve others, then you leave. You're the one that has to say to yourself, I need to fuck off. Not others. Don't expect others to come to your level of awareness. But when you're trying to maneuver around everybody else, you would hope that everybody at least is being honest with themselves. So I can differentiate. Okay, you're full of shit. You're not aware. You're an enemy. You're a friend. At least I know where you guys stand. That's called respect. Well, most people have forgotten that. They play this fucking clever, moronic game with each other, and they only hang around other people that are just as fucking dumb and clever as them. And they're not elevating themselves. If anything else, they're stagnating themselves.
Well, yeah, it revealed the disposition of everybody in that chat, and that mean everybody in that chat.
Well, then you're the
Because
one that has to leave then at that point, Access.
yeah, 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 and that became very abundantly clear that no matter whether that person is right or wrong, there's enough persuasion by the cult of personality that the mindless chat and everybody in it is going to stand behind that person regardless of whether it's nonsensical or actually holds relevance.
So let's play the story of a Jesus. He's what you just share that information. Most people would have been scratching their head like a deer in a headlight and saying, no, we don't get this character. And that's probably why he had supposedly reported only few followings, if we're going to play the human part of it, opposed to the luminary part. So now, if there's only few followers, then how did we get millions or billions of people following Christianity? Because it's been fucking dumbed down. It's not even saying, well, Satan's behind it. No, he's the adversary. I wish some of you guys would at least follow some of my manipulative story so I can at least call you my adversary. I could be an adversary to you. But most people are so fucking dumbed down, they're voluntarily fucking following the sheeps. And then they'll use words to describe it. Oh, I know the truth. I'm a Christian. I'm a Muslim. I practice Buddhism. I understand Buddha Kita. I know those teachings. I know what the whirly dervish people do. The Balas or whatever they're called, Jehovah Witness, Seventh-day Adventist, it just goes on and on and on. I said, I'm hearing labels, but I'm not hearing any fucking teachings. Now, that it should be important for me. Well, I'm the weird character by thinking I should at least study the teachings. I might not practice them, but I should at least study them. Well, Don, what's the sense of studying them if you're not going to practice them? Well, because not all is about doing. It's about being. The vessel's not going to be saved, piece of shit. You could steward it. It'll be the good practice stage. Now, if I can see if we all had to eat the same type of foods, then I can lean in a little bit and say, okay, maybe these entities designed it that for us to be saved, we all have to, we all play by the same rules. No, not all cultures eat the same food. Not all people in the same fucking household eats the same food. They might be forced to, but once they start finding out, my diet's different than yours. My emotion is different than yours. My mental capacity is different than yours. Fuck, I run faster than you. That doesn't make sense. Of course, because it's beyond the senses. But most people want to play with the senses, or at least be led by the senses in this case. They're not ever questioning those senses. And then people do shit like, no offense to people that do it, they do hemp, they do ayahuasca, they do fucking bloodletting. I said, yeah, you could play that, but you're scratching the surface still. You're putting yourself in an inducive state, but you can never maintain it. That'll be like me, and I used to joke with you, Cage, where I say, okay, I'll do 9 push-ups. We're not all in the same month. How's that going to give me physically fit if that was my goal? Most people are striving so fucking hard to keep that vessel in top condition, which is a good accomplishment, but can you will yourself to have another finger? No. Can you will yourself not to have cancer when you find out your cancer cells have been activated? Maybe. Not all people are able to do that, let alone not all people are going to have their cancer cells activated because you're in an environment that's actually very poisonous for certain vessels, let alone other energies around us. Now, everything I just said is fucking diarrhea of the mouth. Really, it is. Because it's not here to serve others. People can say that's a neat ideal you said, Dom. Exactly. Everything is an ideal for me. What I do with it, that's on me. But what I share, go ahead.
There's a technique I use because you're aware that I'm not in good physical health, and my breathing is absolutely virtually destroyed. but there's a technique that I can teach and I use. And when they measure my oxygen intake, I got good oxygen intake, very, very good oxygen intake. But yet, I'm doing this with severely damaged lungs that should not be taking oxygen in that level of a healthy level. But I have to work with energies to keep that going through diseased lungs. And if I don't do that maintenance with the energy, then my oxygen level for my body goes down. And this is proven through the fact that when I go to the doctor's office, I check my oxygen level, and my blood pressure. That's a given. And they I know when I haven't been applying that use of energy to the damaged parts of my body, which is the only way to sustain. And I can teach that. And I don't mind. I wouldn't mind at all teaching that.
Yeah,
But
there's one technique, actually, it's called Dantian breathing. Dantian breathing. These are martial arts and Taoism, stuff like that. But yeah, they call them elixir fields. You have the lower, upper, and middle Dantian kind of thing. It's definitely
yeah,
something to
I use localized surrounding energy, and I pull it out of the air, literally, and I allow it to come into my body with each breath, and as much oxygen as possible, with intent to come into my lungs to enrich my body with oxygen and keep it functional at even a normal level. But if I stop, then my oxygen intake reading is lower, and I think that's
you use
that's
visualization too.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, see, it kind of reminds me of the middle pillar. It's called the middle pillar technique. Have you ever heard of that one?
No, I
You should,
haven't.
should look up the middle pillar by Israel Regarded. It's an old. It's what like the Golden Dawn. A lot of these different fucking organizing these things use this technique and things like
I forget how I just lost how that was out. Why I even mentioned that.
You talk
It was
about how you go to the doctor and they tell you your levels and that.
no, but before that, the reason I even spoke that, because it's the fact that I can teach it, and I can instruct people on how to do it, but there was a trigger um, statement made before that caused me to even say that. And
That's what
I can't.
Dominic was saying. Dominic was saying like talk about other how most people are just
I can elaborate on that. Where I was going with that, and I think this is where you went with it, Axis. You can know of something, like I understand health. It doesn't mean I practice it. So for you, you were talking about, even under your own condition, you can still teach it to others. Like for example, for me, I'll just use me as an example. I'm a shallow breather. It's a habit that I have. So when I start talking a lot, my stress level, this is where I get frustrated because I already I don't breathe deep enough as it is already. So when I'm talking a lot, it's like eating and you're talking. You change your breathing and you change your pattern. It's like I used to tell apprentices, when you're banging a hammer, be wary whether or not you're holding your breath when you're banging hammers. This is why people get exhausted. So for you, Axis, I'm going to put an assumption here. Runners have been done this too. The ones that get to a certain level, they have to be taught how to now truly breathe differently than the way they are, because this way you can actually take in more air, and in taking in more air, it'll put you in a different state, and it might, it'll expand your lungs. It's kind of like deep sea divers. That's why people, when they climb mountains, they have to reclimatize themselves as they get higher after a certain percentage. And same with underneath the water, when you go in the depths of the oceans. So breath is really important no matter how we look at it. You could fast without water for 3 days. You can go 30 or 40 days without food, but breath, at the most for some people, 3-4 minutes, that's even a little bit too much,
Yeah, you're talking brain damage levels there.
Yeah. I had it would be on one of my friends, it's his brother-in-law. He was supposed to be a really smart mathematician, play the instrument and all that. He had a heart problem and he didn't take account to it. And I guess he went to some teacher function, and I guess he was clinically called dead for 9 minutes, and they brought him back to life. He's been a vegetable ever since.
Yeah.
So it tells you a lot about how it damages our abilities to be in this realm the way we think is what we call normal. So
Yeah, and
go ahead.
the powers that be are quite aware of the lower our oxygen intake is from our environment, the least we are critically thinking, and actually our thinking becomes stifled and slowed and despondent. I think it's one of the weapons that they use against us, because oxygen can be destroyed by certain millimeter wave frequencies.
Yeah, with that middle pillar technique, they use colors, they use sound, or they use words, intonations,
Hmm.
visualization, and breathing. One of them is like from the diaphragm, you picture like a small ball of energy that continuously grows bigger with every breath. You like charge it up, and you can move it around the energy body where it centers or whatever.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, and it's
pretty.
useful. I'm sorry, Dom. It's the way I approach it is similar, but it's highly useful.
Yeah, it goes back to, I think you said it in case you're always bringing in these great insights. I appreciate it. Where, when you start using it sounds like a bird's, think about when spring comes, where these people, whoever we want to call, the ones that have been teaching their kids and their offsprings, they're the ones that are working with nature. It's usually the rest of us that have been indoctrinated with comforts and all that. Yeah, we could probably say they're trying to mislead us, but I don't think they're that clever enough to mislead us. I think we do that to ourselves, and we do that with our offsprings. We get into a state of laziness. You can appreciate when you see somebody that's disciplined. You might not say, okay, but I don't know how to be disciplined. But meanwhile, something inside says, no, we do know how to be disciplined, but you didn't want to learn ongoing program. It's like languages. This is why some people will say, well, they can speak in tongues. Well, then that means the other program, the subconscious, could override if it need be. It could for some, not all. No different when people do the phantom limb kind of ideal, or people that do blood transfusion. You can read different types of energy. So these people that KG when you're mentioning, they understand how to work with the breath, with colors, how to work even with the luminaries and the days that we categorize them by. That's the stuff that's not taught to the masses. But then even that, the question would be, are the masses even interested in that kind of stuff?
Yeah, the middle pillar ties back to astrology too.
Mm-hmm.
Different colors are ruled by different. It gets pretty complex with that, but it's kind of similar to the Kabbalistic practices in a way.
Mm-hmm.
What Access was saying earlier, I was going to add, the most powerful thing you can do is develop your own individualized thing, not to follow somebody else's. So come up with your own thing. Just keep that to yourself and to do that practice. You can
Well,
use these things as a guideline, but like I
yeah.
came up with these things without reading about it. You know,
Well,
I came
again,
up with these things on my own without reading about it. Then I read about it. I'm like, okay, so this is something that the other people have came up with. I'm like, all right. So
well, those are usually afterthoughts, Cage. So whether it's written or spoken, those are literally the term afterthoughts. So it's like, I'll use a cheap analogy. You get somebody else that made the car and somebody else made the decals. You just buy them both and then you make it your own. You personalize it. But if you're aware, you realize, but I didn't really create any of those things. No, you didn't create them, but you used them, and now you can relate to them. This is why when, I know for myself, I personalize whatever I purchase, so I can say I take ownership of it. I know that I don't own them, but at least I take ownership for it when it's in my presence. And it makes me feel good. It gives me the responsibility to make sure that I'm not going to naively think that, hey, people are going to respect whatever I have. That's my role, to respect it, not others. That's usually the person that's either naive or self-absorbed, and they think anybody can just be easily manipulated. I said, because you've never met somebody of an equal challenge to you. It's always good when a person wants to pray around, or not pray, but pray, like P-R-E-Y, how you pronounce it, onto others. But yet, be the one that's being hunted. If you really truly want to appreciate how you hunt, you want to be the hunted too. It's kind of like giving and receiving. You have to be able to truly understand how to give as much as you learn how to receive. If you're going to play that, that constant, I call it the figure 8 loop, opposed to just doing 2 circles separate. Again, I'm sharing an ideals. Doesn't mean I practice these things. This is where people say, oh, Dom, I can only talk about it once I practice it. Oh, fuck, I got to wait a couple of lifespan to see one unicorn. Holy fuck, how's that going to serve? Well, we still have war, we have poverty, we have greed. Axel was talking about shame. We could be talking about gluttony while we're there too. But yeah, hey, we got to wait for that one guy to be fucking perfect before he can start talking. That's noise at that point. Get the fuck out of here. Come down here with the rest of us sinners.
Yeah,
go ahead, Kai. Go ahead.
When you start exceeding what is the most general state of someone, whether it be shame, guilt, um, pride, they expect a certain measurement, average, and when you exceed that, or you give them no line to measure you, then I suppose that's where the animosity comes from and the resentment towards you comes from. But they can have the same information. They can have the same knowledge. They can do it themselves if they would just take the time to recognize that why that's in place, and when they remove it, exactly how far they can remove it to be comfortable with themselves, so that they're not ruled by their own shame. And these are ruling emotions. That's a part of the gearing of a safety protocol. It also works with the emotions as well as your thinking. Not only do you think just to the perimeter of your safety protocol, but your emotions also stop at that safety protocol, because it's a part of the mechanics of the safety protocol, and it utilizes all those aspects of you. Your emotional level has to be mature enough whenever you're dealing with overcoming the safety protocol that is put in place for shame. You have to you have to understand that it's working with your emotions, it's working with your critical thought, it's working with your intent, and you always got to remember where and why you removed that safety protocol. But now I'm catching on to the point where being in a position of removing those safety protocols to areas that people don't generally uh, they're not there. They don't. Their safety protocols are removed, limited to what I allow myself, and I guess that's where the disconnect comes in, Dom. And like I said, I'm really confused and clouded today. I'm really not comfortable with trying to lay information at this point.
Well, then throw the little nuggets and let people run with it. You don't have to always over elaborate it, because then that could be in a form of you're going to enable the situation. Throw a little bit out there and see whether or not, let's see who wants to come out to play. You do that earlier in this thing, and they clearly showed that they wanted to do the drama. I just barked a little bit because I wasn't in the mood for it. You could even exercise me to leave too, and I would have been okay with it too. By the way, I would have just talked to you later privately. So I guess this came to me recently about indulging. We indulge in a bunch of things while we're in these forums. You get the people that talk about pornography is bad. I said, okay, have you indulged in it before? Well, no. So then how can you really speak on behalf of it? Well, I know somebody. Okay, did you talk to them? It's like anything. Have you indulged in alcohol? Well, no. Okay, so you haven't really missed the mark then. So then how do you explain to somebody that feels shameful because they've missed the mark? Because shame is just an indication, because shame could be a form of greed, gluttony. I did it too much. I just don't know how to stop it. Okay, so those are just like boundaries. And then there's other people that turn around and say, something, instead of me fighting it, I'll go with it. So you're overindulging now. How many people can relate and say, Dom, I don't indulge in pornography. I said, but do you indulge in food? Well, Dom, but that's not a bad thing. How interesting. You can easily categorize something as bad and then something else isn't bad. So are you going to use the word good and not good? Just because you put words in front of things doesn't mean it is what it is. So how many people indulge in over consuming things, buying a whole bunch of stuff? Well, Dom, I can afford it. Okay, so that justifies it now. Anything that comes out of our mouth, usually we can justify almost anything. Or we can even excuse it. Well, that person, he wasn't born with a silver spoon, so he's allowed to be a thief. Okay. But isn't that the reason why that person became a silver spoon? Because his parents committed crimes on humanity? Like, I'm not going to give them that much credit by thinking they screwed everybody as humanity, but they did parts of humanity get screwed. And what do you mean by screwed? They probably knew knowingly they were doing what they're doing. We indulge in being online, playing with our dopamines. Does that make it a sin? That would imply, and I think this is where we were going earlier, actually, because you did bring it up, and I was hoping that we can go there where something to do with the body. A lot of the stuff is already kind of like, we already have an instruction manual.
Yeah.
That's the way you use the word. An instruction manual on the vessel. But do we teach our offsprings? Have we been taught? Do we reteach ourselves? Are we teachable at that point? Or are we still being programmed and not even questioning our programs? Because we should be able to question those things. You should be able to question traditions. Well, why would you do that, Don? Well, if I don't, we're no longer going to continue doing those traditions, or we're going to follow it aimlessly. And if we follow it aimlessly in this generation, the next generation says, I don't see the value in it. What do you mean? I need to also comprehend it as much as I just do it. I get the whole concept of having knowledge and applying it, but where the fuck is discernment in all of that? Where's understanding in all that? Because the tree of knowledge is fine if we're going to play the story. But what am I being knowledgeable about? The spiritual and the material? The material, not the spirit? Am I only going to play in the evil world and not acknowledge the spiritual world? Evil for me just means material, and good just means spiritual. I'm just using words to interchange so I could play games with myself. Where other people don't even want to play that game. No, this is the way we use the word. We call that a tree. Okay, so let me understand that. That's a tree, right? Okay. Hey, George, you speak Latin. Can you tell me the word in Latin what that means? So now that person had turned around and said, is this still a tree to you, punk? Because that person's using a different language to describe the fucking same thing. Dare not me call Harry over here and he speaks Spanish. Or that guy over there speaks Russian. That person over there speaks Mandarin. This is how people fucking anchor themselves over and over and over. Nothing wrong with having a ship that has an anchor, but once in a while you got to roll up that anchor and then fucking float a little bit. Learn something new. We want to talk about sports? Sure. Do you want to talk about who runs sports? You want to talk about these crafts that these guys have to do? You want to talk about the possibility that the sports might be scripted? What do the guys have to do to recuperate after they had an injury and their whole livelihoods on jeopardy? No, Dom. I only give a shit about whether or not my team wins or doesn't win. But I don't even care if they don't win. I only care when they win. Okay, so Cage and I were back to likes and dislikes. And that's where we're at. So do I like the president or do I hate him? Well, hate seems like too big of a word because most people can't even really truly even harness that energy of hate. If that even exists. What is hate? A poke in somebody's shoulder? I just hate you. Okay, so what does that do for you? Because it did do fuck all for me. I wish you did it for my back because I got a scratch.
If it's of any interest, the closest I can lay hatred is but one time that I can say that I truly felt that I was in a state of hate, and that was complete disregard for the life of another person and disregard for the fact that they exist on the face of this particular realm. And I went after them with an energy attack so malevolent that I was willing it to completely destroy their being. And that's the closest I can tell you that I've come to actually hating someone or some being. But that took a lot of energy.
Psychically attacking somebody. Yeah, if someone's unaware of that, if people do it to people constantly all the time, be it like subconsciously or not, you're consciously trying to direct that. So that's a whole different. So they call. I guess you want to call it black magic. You can call it that. But
Well,
either
it was
way,
complete
you fuck around with
disdain.
somebody who has their defense set up and shit, you're gonna get smoked after that. You know, you're gonna get. But most people don't even know, don't even consider anything like that. So
Well,
all good.
it was an absolute disdain for this person even being in existence. And I'm just trying to give you some type of relevancy as to where uh, my understanding of and the concept of hate, so that at least maybe you can maybe gauge what I consider to be hate. And to me, the closest I came, like I said, was a complete malevolent attack on somebody to the point where I had no regard for their well-being, no regard for their existence, and if their existence would have been removed, I would have felt absolutely nothing except gratification at that time.
Yeah. Well, there's love there. If there's hate, there's love. If there's love, there's hate. So, you know, if you really wanted to fuck somebody over, you attack them with love. You don't attack them with hate. You transmute it to love. Hit them with that instead. You know, you could love somebody, give them a hug, and still shoot them in the fucking head. I mean, in a loving way. In a loving way, you know? Oh, love, man. Come on.
What temple? What part of the back of the head, left or right, Cage?
Both.
Well,
Left
okay, so
and right temple, and then
you're
the
being
middle
fair
too.
that way.
Yeah.
I think when it comes to that type of energy, you have to literally embody it yourself. And if you embody it and the other person that you're doing it, if it's a fair kind of challenge, if they're able to actually, like, you know, when they do the martial arts where they'll use your energy against you, and that's a gift that you give to yourself. Usually when people give hate to other people, what they're doing is, I don't care about them. I said, then why are you even spending any energy on them? It's the same energy you could with love. It just exists, that's all. Now, to really be malicious to somebody, that's a tough one, because it would just say that you're making it more about them than you. And what have they done that's so offenseful that you feel as though you need to remove them? Because especially if you find out if those energies, and there's energy beings playing them like a puppet, like on a string, and you want to play with them, they'll fuck with you. So you just got the kindergarten, buddy. You know, you honestly think you're destroying this energy, and if you do, you owe us now. You know, and I think we've talked about that. Axes where people in the old tribal day, they know they can go into somebody else's, you know, behind enemy line, and their subconscious knows you were asleep conscious, as you could easily have been fucked. You know, this is where the subconscious says, don't put me in harm's way, because then I got to deal with you. You know, then you realize you're with the subconscious is with the conscious mind that's weak, doesn't even know how to wake up when it's trying to be summoned. That's why some people, they know when they're asleep, there's something always guarding them. You know, and I don't think it's even the right word to say guard. They're there to guide them. They're not there to play this fucking, somebody hates me. Well, why would you hate me? Do you know how to love me? Well, no. Then how the fuck would you know how to hate me? You know, if you're going to be my friend, you better be prepared to be my enemy, and vice versa. That's the way I play with myself, so I can't see why it would be any difference when it comes to others. But I get it. We get in those moments where, you know, it doesn't favor me. You know, what people might say is hate. It's just, I don't like the way they treated me. Okay, well then just, they gave you a gift, meaning that it just revealed how you make it all about you. You know, there's many times I'm in conversation, I said, fuck, I could easily leave and they wouldn't even know I'm gone.
At least I can say that this person was a stifling uh, intrusion in my life throughout my life. It's not like somebody that I just known for X amount of years, you know, and got mad at. No, this person had directly, my entire life, interfered directly in a malevolent way with my life and caused me great loss, harm, and damage. And when they did what they done, I took down all barriers and let them have it with both barrels of every foul possible energy that I could summon to try and eliminate them from affecting my life any further.
Yeah, you gotta be careful of that kind of shit. It has a tendency to come back to you if not done correctly.
It wasn't even a blind rage, it was done with intent. So I suppose that's that's the extent and limit of my hatred, or my understanding of hatred.
Well, it didn't cost you to a point where your vessel now has to pay the price. It's kind of like, I've had this conversation when people talk about Reiki, for example. I'm going to send energy to somebody. Okay, but are they aware on the other end that you're going to give it to them? Well, no, not really. I said, then why would it be any different if you start giving them a curse? You would want to know the other person is aware of what's going on. It's kind of like the alpha dog allowing itself to be entertained by the dog that's just, you know, it wants to play with me. You push too hard, it'll give you a quick warning. Say enough. You know, so you have strong enough energy access, you probably give people enough warning that you might even remove yourself first before it gets to that point, because, you know, there's a lot of people that tread in areas that they shouldn't tread in. and then they put themselves in harm's way. I said, and your vessel's going to pay for it. Why?
Yeah.
When people get in prison, they're not getting in prison. The vessel's getting in prison. Why should the vessel pay for the price? Go ahead, Cage.
Yeah, it's like how I kind of look at it like martial arts. It's like a mental martial art. Once you know that and you're proficient at it, you only use it as a last resort. If anything, you just leave the situation unless you're forced to do something like that mentally or deploy these fucking certain techniques. That's the only exception I can make. At least that's the way I've come to understand it. So it's like a last resort type thing. And I'm doing it just because you can. Like, yeah, you could I could fuck with people like all day if I want to, and just benefit myself like crazy if I wanted.
Mhm.
But I know it comes with like I don't need to do that. I'll just do it the old fashioned way.
Well, you could do it a way, another way. Again, it's like when people go to war, they're putting their vessel in harm's way. Like who really deserves? Some people can use the justification, I'm fighting for my country. I said, no, you're putting your vessel in harm's way. Actually, we joke about it. I love your term where we treat the vessel as a recreational vehicle, but I don't put it in a way where I'm going to put it in harm's way, not knowingly anyway. These people, like I said, you're going to war. You're counting on what? You're not going to get shot. You're counting on your technology is more advanced than them then? Well, then you're a bully then. You're not literally having a war. A war is when two people of equal stature are going to fight each other. And hopefully, once you better the other person, they're humble enough to say, let me have the final blow. Why? Because I wouldn't want you to occur from my weakness. I wanted to see whether or not I'm stronger than you. We're going to play for keeps, but I get the final blow. But most people aren't going to do that. They're clever with themselves. I'll kill them. Okay, you're using a gun to kill another human being. Have you ever felt the energy when you kill another human being? Well, no. Then why the fuck would you play with it? Now, there's people that are dumb. They're literally, there's some fucking dumb beings here. And they're the ones that usually order other ones to do all the dirty work. No, you're the king. I need you to fucking hang me. And then you can drag me on the cross. Then you can fucking take off my head. I don't want you to pay these fucking goyams to do it. I need you to do it. So I know exactly who I'm looking at. But everybody does everybody else's dirty work. And what did they do it for? Because they're standing for their country? No, they're doing it because they want their comforts met. You can come in the form, I want my prostitutes. I want my food. I want my liquor. Like the Vikings. There's a bunch of fucking idiots. I'm a Viking. You're an idiot. You have to come back as a healer again one time. Why? Why the fuck did you kill another human being? And especially if it's the acting realm. What did you do? Did you shed both your skins before you started fighting each other? Or did you try to kill each other and say, he's done now because he's dead? No, he's not dead. You just put him out of that vessel. Now the game really begins. Are you going to kill yourself now so you can play him in the other realm? Well, Dom, I don't believe in that. Well, then why the fuck are you having this conversation with me then? Go where all the other people talk about, what heaven is or hell is, which it could be. It's 2 doors down from the Mandela effect. It's in the same building where the flat earthers are and the globalists.
Yeah, I did try to remove myself from the situation, but they were persistent and they were relentless. And even with my removal of myself from that situation, they continued. So I gave them a warning, and they continued. And I was even lenient before I acted because I knew how much energy I was going to put into that situation. And they could not stop.
Says at that point, it's like a baby crying. Your nerves might get tested. Eventually, you have to regather yourself and say, okay, it's a baby. It's going to cry, regardless if it's teething or it's wet its diapers. This is part of the process. They're a baby. It's like a cat. I've domestified the poor creature. Of course, it's going to still pee in the house. That's on me. It's not on them. So at this point, it's more on you than them. To get back to them and say, okay, you guys have disturbed me. You didn't get my message. That's the gift that was given at that point. You're around a bunch of people that just aren't going to get it. The ones that truly do get you, they can meet you in another platform. This is why it gets very confusing when you have more than 3 or 4 people on any given channel talking, because more times than not, the rest of them are just, they're going to put their input, but to literally have a tribe, you have to be with each other quite a bit of time, if I can use the word time, but you would have to embody the information and it would have to resonate with you. Outside of that, you have a lot of people that shouldn't even be in, and a lot of that's even with me. There's a lot of times I shouldn't be in certain chats. But I realize I'm here to share awareness, so I don't get caught up. So it's not about me. When people make it about me, I'm fucking giggling. I'm thinking, really? You just revealed you, not me. Especially if I'm cutting and pasting shit. It's not even mine to own. But for them, they think it's theirs. Access, you just shared something. You're tapping on some of my protocols. That would imply that you actually own those protocols. Well, don't I? Well, that's something for you to inquire. Do you even own the protocols? Or is that a safety mechanism that your family taught you, your communities taught you, you taught yourself? Why wouldn't you want to know how things work? Well, I don't think that's important. Then why the fuck are you using Wi-Fi? You don't understand it. Why are you using a car that you can't build yourself from fucking scratch? Well, why are you using the language that you didn't create? But I'm using it and creating are 2 different fucking things. That's why when somebody says create the self-access, if they share with you what they did, it's done. That conversation is done. Taking a cheap shot at them is that's all it would be. It would be a cheap shot. Let's drop this conversation. No, I still want to get back at you. Okay, so you're going to use venge now. Okay, so now do I have to actually point my energy towards you now? Because I haven't. And that would be noise for me personally. That would be noise, because that is not my agenda to make it about somebody that's fucking insignificant. And nobody, even on this chat, are that significant. As a group, maybe, but maybe in our own little worlds, we might think it illusional that I'm important. But outside of that, you're insignificant. You're not even the fucking space between the cog of a wheel. And that's why people have a tough time being humble, because they still have that little fucking program. But I'm important. Who's important then? Who are we talking about here? Dominic, Cage, Axis, other people? Who's important here? The words that come out of my mouth? Is it that important? If somebody questions it and I get upset about it, I must be giving myself the illusion then. I must be important then. Because I say so. As I think I must be then. Really? We're going to play that fucking moronic game? Because it is a loop. Or I'll change the word. Instead of saying moronic, are we going to play that intellectual game? I could put any fucking word in there if I want at that moment. I just don't always share verbally on it. I don't always spend time fucking with my fingers and my thumb to fucking type that shit out. Maybe I should learn how to do American Sign Language then. So I can be that little icon in the bottom. When Cages and Axes are talking and people are typing, I'll be there doing American Sign Languages. With a dress on. Because I sold out to the music industry, or I'm representing the Muslims. I don't know. It doesn't matter where I wear a dress.
Yeah, with red heels.
So that's fucking. You're gonna put Dom in a dress? Okay, there we go.
Cage, I'm already in a dress. Shh. Don't make me bring out the Pinocchio voice.
It's that little demon you have in your brain.
Hey, but you were in stitches that day when I started talking that way. And you said, oh, there's a demon here. I looked at you right in the face. I said, so your point is what?
So at least you know.
I'm reading Kabbalah for Dummies. Too bad, actually. One day we'll have to hook up because me and Cage have had some fun hoots inside the garage.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a small world, man. Fuck. It's crazy. Man ended up living 5 minutes from where my mom lives,
Mm,
like down the street.
yeah. Well, I think me and your mom were both going to a Mandela Effect meetup. It's not even the ideal of Mandela. Sorry, guys. It's not even that. It's just the fact that I'm actually being the parent right now, where they're trying to make sense of of something. I'm like, okay, so let's say it was truly scripted that way. You honestly think you're truly going to understand it? And even if you do, how is that going to serve? You're going to go and tell your parents, hey guys, I just realized the Mandela effect. It's all a scam. And then when they don't understand you, you're going to keep pushing the issue over and over again, right behind religion. Dad, don't vote for liberals because they're corrupt. Don't become a Catholic anymore because they're corrupt. Be careful, those squirrels and those raccoons are corrupt. Everybody's corrupt at that point. Even the sky's kind of looking at me kind of strange today, so they're corrupt too. Which they could be. That cough that you just gave me access could be corrupt.
Well, I do know that it must be something about that cough that brings people to an alarmed state, because the last couple of times I've been around people and I've been coughing, man, they panic and run. And I'm thinking, boy, oh boy, that must be residuals from the conditioning you went through when the epidemic was here.
Oh yeah, you're coughing through the screen. Be careful. You're going to give me a digital virus through the screen access. Shame on you. You should have what kind of you need to have like one of those, like on keyboards they have like a skin that goes over top of it. You need to have that on your monitor to protect us.
Yeah, something, because if the response to my cough is the same over the internet as it is in public, I know that people are ducking for cover.
Like I get it. In certain application, you do need to wear some sort of safety mechanism on your face. Whether you're welding or you're basically in an environment where there's a lot of dust and all that. But to be programmed to say, well, you have to wear a mask, and then of course, I used to just shake my head. My buddy said, we're going to go to a restaurant. I said, really? You're going to make me play this game with you at a restaurant where you have to sit in a restaurant, you're wearing a mask. As soon as you sit down, you're allowed to take them off. Come on, guys. Fuck, I don't want my fucking brain to go that fucking fried. Oh, one of us have to go to the bathroom. Don't forget your mask.
Just experience deja vu.
Wow. Certain people, that was amazing, actually. You get to wear a mask. You know what shit you can get away with when you wear a mask?
Or you can make all kinds of crimes now, Cage.
Exactly.
It wasn't me. It's the other guy. It's the guy with the 95 whatever percent mask.
You can just walk around with fucking doctor gloves and a mask on and say, okay, people used to wear that shit too, but now, not all the time. So that's like, oh, you're going to send packages out in the mail? Boom. Oh, perfect. I can wear doctor gloves and a mask and going, there we go.
I remember I got so tired of it that I actually had to read all the prints and realize I could wear a visor. Yeah. Because for me, when I meet people in a grocery store, whatever, I like to smile. It's kind of like a farmer, like a
don't tell me you're wearing one of those fucking plastic visors.
Sure, I was, Gage. Sure, I was. Now, the reason why I wore it, because it's the lesser of the evils. I want to be able to smile when I'm talking to other people or when I'm seeing other people. Can't do that with a mask. Remember, I play the ideal that if the majority of the people in the crazy house are taking the pills, I'm going to at least pretend to take the pill. I'm still not going to denounce the fact that I'm in a crazy house.
Well, you're going to play along, yeah, I guess.
Sure you do. Now when somebody says to me, Donk, I don't agree with it, I said, okay, so let me understand this. You come into my store, and for whatever reason, I'm a normie or whatever word you want to use, and I'm following an email saying that people have to wear a mask. You're still in my fucking store. You don't want to wear a mask? Then don't shop at my fucking store. That's a done deal. These people that used to be the anti whatever, I said, you're idiots. Respect the land of the law, the what's it called, the land of the policies of
Well,
the
well, the land.
yes, thank you. But I would call it more of a policy. You know what I mean? I'm not going to keep poking the bear, knowing that the bear is eventually going to say enough is enough. So these people that used to go around being these fucking moronic agents, unaware by saying, "Well, I shouldn't have to wear a mask when I go into a grocery store." Exactly. Don't go to the grocery store, you moron. Yeah, but the government said I can do whatever I want. Really? Government is the ones that tell you about free will? Or you have freedom of speech? How does that work with commerce? How does that work with a big corporation? You're on my fucking plane. You start acting like a fucking moron, I could boot you out. And I'll meet you in Commerce Court where most of my fucking friends work. Not talking to me per se, but that's how they would do it. So you're going to take your chance in Commerce Courts where most of those judges are on the fucking payroll for these big corporations. Good luck with that fucking game. You tell me when you're the few fucking person that does win to give the masses the illusion. I'll win once in a while. You're better off doing that privately. You know?
Yeah, the way I handled that was I wouldn't wear it. I wouldn't wear it unless someone asked me to. You know, like someone, an employee, store employee. So I'd be like, yeah, I'm not gonna fucking make a scene and shit. Like, I just want to get my shit and leave, but I'm not gonna fucking wear it unless you tell me I have to. You know, I took shop in your store apparently. So
Access,
it's like, all right, that's fine.
sorry, Access Engage. I'm going to share something with you.
I'm in and out anyways.
I've told that to my buddies. I made a decision years ago that I really didn't want to always constantly work. I just knew that putting all that effort for the same result, I know I still have to live in this realm and I got to buy my food. If I was working full fucking time at a job and I'm making 6-7 figures and somebody says to me, Dominic, you think you're getting a vax? It's already done. The fact that I didn't have to work consistently, I could have avoided it so I didn't have to play the game. I love when people say shit like, well, Dom, I don't agree with the vaccination. Okay, that's fine. Did you get one of those fake documents? Why? Because now you're playing commerce.
Yeah,
I
I
know me.
haven't worked for anybody since I was 17, so I didn't have to take anything.
So exactly. But Cage, if you were working for somebody like government and you're making 7 figures, you wouldn't have to have that conversation with other people. You would have to have that conversation with your family and say, Dad, why are you giving up six figures? Because you don't want to take a jab. See, it's always fun when you hear about the lowlives or the ones that are fucking banditos talk about this shit. They're not actually put your livelihood on the fucking line. Then you're talking. I remember when the tradespeople were talking about we can only have 1 or 2 people at any given moment in any house. That's the game they have to play with. Now, people say, Dom, I don't agree with that, and I don't practice that. I said, don't you wear a tie when you work in the office? Don't you wear fucking high heel shoes? So don't tell me you've not been fucking programmed, you fucking moronic piece of shit. I say that with that last caveat so they realize you've been figured out. You just don't want to call yourself out on your own shit.
I'd say this, like that. You know, if I was in that position, I'd probably realize this. If someone's willing to pay me 6 or 7 figures, and I've been doing that for a long time, I should have enough just to, start my own thing, first of all. And yeah, if they're willing to pay you 6 or 7 figures, you're worth a lot more than that.
But Cage, what comes with the 6 or 7 figures is more conditioning. That's why I didn't say a fucking thing to my parents, even though it hurt to know that they're going to take it. Mom, did you take a flu shot? What happens after a flu shot? I usually get sick. That's all I had to say. But outside of that, I'm not going to tell my mom what to do and what not to do. I love when other people tell other people what to do. I say, why the fuck are you stepping out of your lane? You can make a suggestion. You can even be clever about it. But telling another human being what the fucking to do? Really? I thought, isn't that the reason why we're in this problem right now? Because people are telling each other what to do? Cage, if you were making 6 figure and you were conditioned like everybody else, you would have been a sheep, no different. The ones that wake up and say, okay, I'm not going to do it anymore, they have to make bigger sacrifices now. Because now they also have to strip all their habits. It's like a drug dealer saying to me, Dominic, yeah, you're right, Dom. Selling drugs might be harmful to kids. I said, yeah. And then years later, they turn around and said, Dom, I don't sell it anymore. I said, really? Are you willing to give up all the shit that you rewarded from it? You going to give up your nice house from it? Are you going to give up the nice fucking car you got from it? Well, no, you're still full of shit. So
that issue with that is, the drug dealer. First of all, real drugs are destroying people's lives. And also, it's not just about them, right? If they're buying it if they're like middleman, and if they're not creating it themselves and knowing exactly who it's going to,
Okay,
then yeah, it
Cage,
could be going to kids. But that's why you
you're
do things properly.
you're in an industry right now, Cage.
Yeah.
You're producing a certain plant. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
The only reason why that fucking industry even grows is because people play the moronic game. First of all, they made it illegal, and then they made it legal. That's the fucking sheep that are fucking doing that shit. Dare not if all of a sudden the government say, listen, we're going to encourage everybody to be a green thumb person now. We wouldn't just be fucking focusing on, well, I know how to fucking grow hemp. I know how to fucking clone it and all that stuff. That's sheep shit. But you're making a buck off of it. But they still have to be accountable for what they do. No different, you got to be accountable for what you do, whether you're aware of it or not. Now, people
Yeah,
can
yeah.
say,
But
go
what I
ahead,
was gonna
Cage.
say though, what I was
The
gonna
butt
say.
does what, Cage? The butt does what? At this point, Cage, what I just basically shared with you, Cage, is
I hear what
noteworthy. You're participating in the moronicy. Now, it'd be different if everybody said, listen, we all can grow our own foods and all that kind of stuff. Most people would never have done it. The only reason why most people are reproducing fucking hemp is because there's a lot of fucking money to be had on it. That's it. Done. They're not after about spiritual shit. They're doing it to escape, and
Well,
you're the drug pusher. That's it. There's nothing wrong with that, Cage. I'm just using words to explain it. You're no different than the pharmaceutical industry. Done.
the majority of people are. Yeah.
You can say the majority. You can say the one. You can
Well,
say the
I
unicorn.
deal with medical patients mostly. So
Bingo, Cage. Are
it's
you
an
a bush doctor?
alternative.
Cage, are you a
It's
bush doctor? Are you going to tell them to actually when to do the hemp? Are you going to tell them most of your
it
clients?
helps people. It does help people, and it's better than taking pharmaceutical pills. The difference
Cage.
between this is it's a natural plant compared to something made in a laboratory. That's
I
way
won't
different.
deny the fact that but it's cloning, Cage. So we already know it's been manipulated. And I'm not here to disagree or agree that the fact that everything's been manipulated in one way or another. Now, when you're comparing it to poison, pharmaceutical stuff, of course, the shit that people are producing, it's helping you. Really? As you're using Wi-Fi, as you're smoking your weed, this is not about fucking
I'm not
health,
saying
Cage.
me. I'm saying for some people
No,
it does help them.
sure it does,
It's been
Cage.
used. It's been used for seizures and that it stops seizures. It's better than
Sure.
any
Same with
pharmaceutical
singing
stuff like.
bowls. Cage, you could use almost any modality to justify it, Cage. I could put a spike in my fucking foot and say, listen, my cold went away. Come on, Cage. I'm just sharing with you. The only reason why hemp is big right now is because they had a whole bunch of fucking people indoctrinated, drinking fucking liquor, smoking cigarettes, and now they're just going to say, we're going to take it's no longer illegal because that's moronic. So now it's legal. That is sheep
And
people. Done.
yeah,
Sheep
and
people.
it's not being produced by organized crime, which funds other shit that
I
actually
wish it
damages
was done
people.
by organized crime,
Like,
Gage.
no, I'm saying not for me. It is a lot of it is, but I'm saying yeah, if you're creating it yourself and giving it direct to the customer with no middleman at all, then you know who it's going to. You collect their ID, you verify who they are, you
So
make
what
them
does that
sign
do?
for the package, and
Cage.
well, then you know it's not being sold to fucking
So,
minors, and
okay, so what
you're
are we
doing
gonna
it
do,
properly.
Cage? So Cage, we're
The
gonna go
children shit is not. You
Cage,
can't say that.
Cage.
Yeah.
At this point, it's long-winded what you're saying.
Yeah.
Because
Okay.
what are we gonna do? We're gonna certify fucking old men to fucking say I have to certify all the tomatoes I'm growing in my backyard? Is that what we're going to play? We're going to certify all the chicordia, all the vegetables that we grow and all in the back garden. You'll know when it's healthy for you. Most people, the reason why they're sick is not because they think, oh, because I'm putting something in my mouth. It's your environment that's making you fucking sick. The way you think, the way you escape, and doing hemp is like anything else. Eventually, you're going to become immune to it. The only reason why most people do it is because it's legal and it's easy access. Done. They're not actually make it challenging for them and say, listen, what's your purpose? Are you doing this for spiritual reason?
People have been using it for 1,000 years. Some people use it for spiritual. Some people use it recreationally. Some people use it medically.
Cage.
Some people use it just for the effect.
Okay. So
Some people use it
where
for
was
different
everybody,
reasons.
Cage? Where was everybody applying this stuff when it was illegal? See, you're missing the part where I'm saying
It's
because
been
they made
happening for thousands of years. Man.
Cage. Everything's been done 1,000 years. You can add a couple extra zeros if you want. Cage, where was people's minds when they made it illegal? They were asleep. Now they made it legal. They're still asleep.
Yeah,
What are they
the
going to do
same
next?
thing. That's what people do.
Cage, what are they going to do next? They're going to make tomatoes legal and illegal?
Well, yeah, tomatoes are actually more dangerous. You know, it's a nightshade. The leaves are toxic. Go eat a bunch of tomato leaves and see what
Okay,
happens.
so I'm talking to a guy that's very informative, but most of the
Yeah.
people that you probably talk don't understand that. And I understand if you have a certain blood type, it's probably not as acidity than other people. And it is like some people would realize it's a fruit. I get it. But again, it can be poison, but no different. So is garlic and onions. It does serve a purpose. What I'm trying to say, Cage, the only reason that this stuff is even being introduced, like here in Canada, is because they changed the word from illegal to legal. That's it. Both of it's moronic. It should have nothing to do with it being illegal or illegal. What you put in your mouth is up to you. You don't want to drink.
Exactly.
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 But voting for governments, endorsing governments, making it legal, or putting a certificate on it, saying that I have a card now, you're favoring the government. Those are still people that are asleep. I don't give a shit how much fucking hemp they do. They're still asleep. No different people that do ayahuasca. You have to understand the diet. You have to know when the environment is. The most of the people that do hemp, Cage, tell you what days they have to do that hemp. Did they find out about their astrology signs? No, not really. So they just do it because somebody tells them that it's now legal, and I can make a buck off of it, and I might have a green thumb, and I might even have some plants that I should grow with it. So they're becoming farmers again. Good for them. Well done.
Lots of people, not people. I don't think there was many people that just started doing it because it became legal. People have always been, the market's always been massive. Even when it was, most people would probably wish it was still illegal. It was a fucking way better market back then.
Yeah, well, again, Cage, most
The
people
legalization fucked it up because
The
a
most-
bunch of idiots, corporate idiots that don't know anything about it went in and just tried making
no,
money
they know
off
what
it.
Cage.
And now
Don't
they're all failing. They're all fucking going
Cage,
bankrupt.
Cage. They know exactly what they're doing. Don't fool yourself. They know exactly what they're doing. Just because you're one or two people and there might be 30 of you, they have thousands that understand it, Cage. So
No, I
please,
know, but they're not.
they're not what, Cage?
It's
Cage,
not going as planned for them.
you're
Really.
one
Like
individual, Cage. You might be
one of the
one that,
largest ones just filed for bankruptcy, and that it could be done purposefully.
sure did. That's a given, Cage.
A bunch of people, a lot of people lost money on that shit. It was
Of
on the
course they
stock
did.
market and everything.
You know why, Cage? It's called a pyramid. Everything's a pyramid.
Yeah, they collapsed. They rug pulled them.
Sure they do. No, but again, this is not completely offending hemp. It's just when people start fucking thinking it's the cure to all. That's the same shit they promote with pharmaceutical shit. Now, if you're somewhat healthy and you're doing hemp, good for you. You're maintaining your health. The ones that are collapsed, they listen, it does some better. Yeah, of course, everything else is not working, so I'll take a chance there doing that. Then you must do fucking blood
Yeah,
lady.
if you're using medicinally, you could be taking it through the skin transdermally.
There
You
you
could
go.
be taking it. You could be taking it through edibles. There's
Mhm.
something called Rick Simpson oil, and we had a family friend. This guy had like stage 4 fucking colon cancer. They're like, yeah, you're dead in like a few months, so you're fucked pretty much. Well, he didn't tell them. He wasn't telling them, but he started taking the Rick Simpson oil, and it just fucking magically. He just magically got better after. I'm not saying it was from that, but
It could be. Again, this
But,
goes back to when we start using science in its truest form, where each individual, we have to understand what are you doing differently? What is your luminaries, like how you aligned up and all that kind of stuff. You know, they just don't do this stuff this whimsily, where a lot of people do. It's easy access. So I'm going to smoke it. I'm going to puff it like a cigarette. I might even do some vaping, whatever. That's fine. But how does it serve you? What's the feedback on it?
yeah, if you're using it medicinally, you're not supposed to be burning it at all. Vaporizing is fine, but not burning it.
Okay, I get it.
Because
But-
any smoke contains byproducts of tar, right? It's an automatic. So it's tar either way. It's not good for you. You don't have to say it's good for you. But if you want the medicinal benefits out of the cannabinoids in there, because we have something called an endocannabinoid system within our own bodies that has a lot to do with our immune system. Regulates the immune system and
But you're
you know,
you're one of the more informative person, Cage. No different people being informative how technology like TV can work. But when you get the masses getting a hold of it and then they start parroting each other, oh, I don't like watching TV. I said, because you don't understand the messages that is coming from it. You're supposed to be the observer. No different. Most people that use hemp, they're not going to be Cage Most of them are going to be asleep. They're going to be the bad
Yeah.
example.
Oh.
They're the ones, sorry, Cage. They're the ones that go to church and said, "You're the bad example of it. You're the weakest link." So that will indicate or give a bad name to the rest of them, such as you, where you
Yeah,
understand. Go ahead.
Yeah, my demographic is about 95% males that are aged between 40 and 60 years old. Like 95% of it. So, yeah, these people know what they're doing with it. It's not like some stupid, people that just, oh, no, it's illegal and they're going to start doing it. No, these people have been doing it since before I was born, probably. A lot of them.
Well, there's a good chance a lot of them were doing when it was illegal. They were underground and all that, but now it's legal, so they bring it up to the forefront. No different like fucking any kind of liquor, when they do bootlegging and all that, because they understand that certain people that if they've been guided, they'll understand those kinds of substance can actually bring out something for them. But it doesn't work in a dumbed down system. The masses are just saying, okay, well, I've been sick most of my life. Okay, so you're going to do something like in this case, hemp. What else have you been doing? How do you sleep? What type of foods do you eat? You seem like you're obese. So you're looking for a formula that works right across the board for everything. It doesn't work that way. Pharmaceutical doesn't work that way. Hemp doesn't work that way. It might help some people in certain areas. But if they're not using it for spiritual reasons, no, Don, it doesn't do nothing for me. Oh, okay. So inhaling it through your lungs, how does that bypass your nose that detects disease? So how are you going to know whether or not that's actually helping you? It's altering you in some way, but how do you know it's making you healthier?
You're not supposed. You could use it if they believe it or like know it in a way. Yeah, you could placebo it, but that's just placebo. But there is medicinal benefits that have been known and proven.
Yes,
But
Gage. I'm not
but
going
but
to.
smoking it negates that though. You're burning it. You're fucking it up. You shouldn't be doing that.
Okay, but I'm not going to
Burning.
denounce the fact that, Gage, you're going to get examples that it does help people. And it will feed the self-absorbed person thinking, well, I think it'll work for me too. I said, okay, so then everybody has to put their hands on the stove. Where's the wisdom in all of that? Because we don't need everybody to do that shit. No different. Everybody needs to not be a vegetarian or carnivore diet. So again, this is where people have to know themselves. They have to understand themselves. Do I parrot what everybody else is doing? Because I do that in a lot of my areas. Or do I actually find out what
Look,
works for me?
that's a good point. It's not for everybody. My dad doesn't use it. I know I have friends that don't use this stuff. It's not for everybody. Some people it doesn't react with them well. They don't. It's just like you said, it's like a diet or just like anything else. Remember, like you said, yeah, like look at these pharmaceutical pills and shit too. That'll work for some people, and then others you'll have like a crazy amount of side effects.
Well, pharmaceutical
That's
works in the sense that they handpick their clients to do these tests on, and usually most of those clients, if not all their clients, are healthy. So now they might as well just be a placebo at that point. So we're prescribing a medicine that we're speculating is going to work, but we're doing it on healthy people, so the effects aren't really going to be that much. So that's why we have a whole bunch of side effects, because we're giving it to people that are sick. So now people that are doing hemp, not all, some, if not a lot, that are doing hemp probably don't understand the cycles of the luminaries. So they're going to be doing it randomly. So if we were ever asking them scientifically to show how that works so that we can explain to your dad and says, I can see some of that value. Outside of that, they're going to say, no, I just don't want to do it. I don't want to smoke something. I don't want to indulge something, even though that person says it helped me. I said, but you haven't told me your other stories. How did you put your body in disease? Well, I don't know. So you randomly smoked weed, and now that serves with you. That'll be like saying, I did ayahuasca and I puked. Okay, so what's your program running? Are you doing, what type of diet are you doing? I don't mind entertaining this, Cage, but sometimes you're good at this, and so is Access. That's why I don't mind having this conversation. But for most people, they're not actually going to apply the scientific to it. And what most people only want to hear is, yeah, I can get access to it. I heard somebody else that's healthy for me. All the other shit doesn't work for me. So they start condemning pharmaceutical with not understanding how pharmaceutical truly works. If I was a healthy person doing weed, it would be no different if I was a healthy person doing pharmaceutical. It must be a placebo at that point. Or literally it could aid me in some way. It's about aiding the vessel, not fixing the vessel.
I personally, it's a craft that you can get into, and
Yes.
Yeah, I've been doing it for many, many years, and there's a lot that goes into it. You know,
And that's
learning
why
this, you can apply this to anything in life. It teaches
that's
you a
why
lot.
I don't mind having these conversations with the Cage, because I'm not asking you to change your ways, because you understand the effort that you put. If anything else, I'm the one that doesn't fully understand your craft, but I do understand human behavior.
Yeah,
And human behavior is the one that's
you know,
usually.
it's a broad brush that you're painting with, you know, which is fine. You know, that's usually what you see, but there's always the exception to the rule. You
Exception.
know,
I'm with you. No different if there was the exception to the rule when people said we're going to make it illegal, it's not going to stick. If anything else, most people either accepted it, tolerated it, or endure the fact that they made something and they never questioned it, and then talk among themselves so the next generation would understand. We didn't really accept the ideal that marijuana should be illegal. Yeah, but you're growing it underground and you're making it sound like, I'm doing something criminal. No, it wouldn't be criminal if you know it's not illegal, let alone legal.
well, I have like a moral standard that like I would not sell any sort of a hard drug like fucking. Uh, I would not produce or do any of that. Like, you know, I wouldn't be selling fucking meth or fentanyl or some fucking
Why
crazy
not?
bullshit.
Why not?
Because that really destroys people's lives. This shit doesn't. It's less harmful than fucking alcohol.
Okay, so
But
let me understand this, Cage.
it's like
Hold on,
it's
Cage.
like you don't see people begging outside of the fucking weed
Okay,
store for
so this is
change.
where, Cage, I'm
So
trying to get into. I'm
yeah.
only using the physical part as an excuse to get into a real conversation. If you think meth, cocaine, you didn't use cocaine, but cocaine, fentanyl is what's destroying humans' lives, then you don't get the fucking part I'm talking about, making something illegal or legal.
No,
I'm
I
not.
know. It's their choice to use this shit, but I
We're
wouldn't participate in that because that actually can kill them. And has
Cage,
physical. That could
Cage,
literally. Yeah.
Cage. You're missing it. Your vessel's already meant to expire. It doesn't matter when it fucking expires. If you really fear about dying, then you wouldn't get it even in a fucking car. So now what I'm talking about, what distorts people is their mental and their emotional. What the fuck put in your mouth means fuck all to me. It's what comes out of your mouth. What thoughts
Like
you have.
heroin and shit. No, I don't agree with that
No,
kind of
not
shit. I don't
heroin.
agree.
Cage. Karen, Cage, how do you have to take heroin? Through the arms?
Well, you can
No,
snort it,
you can
you can
smoke
shoot
it,
it,
snort it. You can do
smoke it.
anything you can imagine. You
Okay,
can do with
so
it.
it can go through the mouth still, okay? It's about the thoughts that you have to it. How many people's lives got wrecked because somebody said it was illegal? Now you're sitting in jail because they made a substance illegal. Now they make it legal, but I still have to be in jail. Come on. You're fucking with people with their brain. That means they're not developed mentally and emotionally. And the people that are playing these people like a fiddle, they're counting on people's fucking
But
dumbed
I'm
down
saying you're
behavior.
saying selling hemp is the same as selling fentanyl.
Legal or illegal? Yes. Anybody's going to consume anything,
I'm
Cage.
saying morally, what it does,
Okay,
it's
morally.
destructive.
Okay, morally. Okay, Cage, is it morally to have a stock market on a product that could probably harm certain people? Probably. But you could say that about
That's
anything
fucking
on
anything.
stock.
That's like anything.
Bingo.
Exactly.
Yes. So then that's conversation is nullified. We've canceled each other. So drop that conversation. What I'm talking about is when you make something illegal or legal, I'm talking about the fucking brain that receives that information. Forget about the thing that you're looking at.
But there's different. It's not everything's black and white. You know, not everything's black and white.
A
There's
lot of
different
things are in the
shades of gray.
unknown, Cage. A lot of things are in the unknown, black, and very few things are in the light. But carry on.
Yeah, I'm saying it's mostly different shades
Okay,
of gray.
so Cage, are you talking from a person that's neutral or from a person that's heavily invested in that industry?
Well, obviously I have bias towards it because I'm
Okay,
involved in it.
of course you are. So at this point,
But I'm
what are you
not. But
defending?
it
At
doesn't
this
mean
point, what are
I
you,
realize
Cage?
that.
At this point, what are you defending? You're not actually having that beginner's mind where I'm trying to tell you this is not about what the fuck you put in your mouth. I was just using that as the caveat. I'm talking about when you legalize or make something illegal or legal. I don't give a shit about what you're making illegal or legal. You're
That's
playing with the.
irrelevant. That's irrelevant either
I
way.
know,
Why?
but
Because you make guns illegal, someone will just fucking sell them either way. It doesn't matter. You're just making a new market. It doesn't
okay.
matter.
Let me
It
change the
doesn't
word then,
matter. That's
Cage. See,
bullshit.
actually, this is
People
where
don't.
I'm,
Some
I'm
people don't
telling about.
care if it's
I already know
illegal or
I should be
legal. They don't
exiting
give a
this
fuck.
conversation because Cage is not getting it. I'm talking about the user now, Cage. I'm revealing whether or not the person actually has the ability to comprehend. When they made liquor legal, I don't give a shit what the fucking contents, if it was bootlegging. When they make it illegal, no different when they say, listen, you can own land. This is the game that's been played upon us. Once you can own land, then they can take it away from you. That's attachment. I've already left the conversation cage about hemp. I dragged you into this conversation to see whether or not you're going to be playing about the spiritual part, the mental part, the unknown part. Because the known part is when a person says, I'm going to roll up a doobie. I'm not talking about rolling up a doobie. Because if you're going to start talking about that, you must even talk about when you're rolling with your fingers. You know, that feeling, or that cocaine guy that says, oh, I got to do my next fucking hit. That's all up in the unknown. Chemical release from sex. Most people are just going to be looking at the physical part. I'm having sex with a man or a woman, but ignoring the fact that, but what about the chemicals? We're giving words to it, but where are they? Who gave us the technology of hemp? Who gave us the idea? Go ahead, Cage.
I think with that tactile sense, it's called a tactile sense of like putting it in your hand, or this ritualistic thing.
Yep.
That's something called a feedback loop through an action potential.
Mm-hmm.
You know, is what they call it in neuroscience, an action potential. And these could be, you know, they say it's like something called neuroplasticity, where the mind is malleable or bendable, kind of, right? So different forms of, it's all through the dopamine kind of thing. So this ritual of feeling it, this tactile sense or something, it'll be like a reward circuit that gets established within the mind, and then people get into these ritualistic or kind of ways. Like I'm sure lots of people that use they have a way of doing it, you know what I mean? They have some weird ritual that they either consciously do or subconsciously do. They have a way to do these things. So it's interesting when you observe it.
Well, when you observe it, but when you're doing it, now you're the experiencer. And when you're experiencing and having a conversation that's just trying to observe it and have a conversation about ideals, and the person's already weighed in on it, how can I have a conversation now? This is where I jokingly talk about agreeing or disagreeing and our likes and dislikes. When a person's already casted their vote, you can't actually get them to having a receptive mind at that point. An open mind will just flood it. But are you going to be receptive enough to say, well, he's trying to share ideals? I might come across as the adversary to the conversation, but I'm willing to easily jump back the other way if I have to. But for most people, they're going to defend it. And then they'll attack other people that are just trying to question it. I'm not here to say I'm an advocate for or against smoking hemp. Now, when some people say, well, you can apply it to your skin. Okay, so I'm hearing a person talking about different ways how to apply it. Well done for you. No different than actually having magnesium orally or in a tub. You can absorb way more one way than the other way. But for most people, it becomes a novelty. It became legal to smoke, to drink beer. So now they make it legal to smoke a cigarette. Now they make it legal to actually do hemp. It hasn't changed. But I'm getting a different effect. That's a given. Putting a spike through your right foot opposed to your left foot is going to give you a different effect, let alone putting it in your hands. Yeah, but I wouldn't do that. Okay, so now you're a naysayer. I'm not telling people I would never do hemp. I'm just trying to entertain the ideal. Why did it come to be? Why did somebody else say it's illegal, let alone legal? And why is it in America you can actually sell it, but on a federal level they'll say it's illegal, but we'll collect federal taxes from it? You know, do you see how most people just let that pass by?
Yeah, it's hilarious in the U.S. What they're doing there.
No, because they're using Canada as a test plate in a lot of different areas, no different than other countries.
Of course. Yeah, even back when they did the MK Ultra experiments in Montreal with Dr. Cameron.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the government paid out people's families and shit. They fully admitted it and actually paid people.
Well, the government gave probably future taxpayers money to them. Yeah, the government never spend money out of their pocket. You know, it's never even from the generations that are paying taxes. That's our future
everyone
generation.
paid for it. We all paid
for it. Yeah. Well, we probably never paid for it. We're not paying for all the towers or the buildings that they built in Canada, the 407. That's pushed down to future generation until they figured, well, we're going to go to a new system anyway, so we'll just have a world economy collapse, a bankruptcy. But hey, they're not actually any of the elite. I said, but are you going to lose anything? Oh, no, we're untouchable in that area. Okay. Aren't you guys the same ones that are actually mandating all these laws too? Sure, we're the ones that make all the policies too. We just get our governments to officially say that. Oh no, sorry, we don't even do that. We pay people to make those policies. You know, they're not in Canada, Cage, you might know this, where they made it legal for marijuana, but meanwhile, that was only like 33 pages. Ironically, it was 33 pages. But meanwhile, it was a 700-page policy where they had a lot of Indian Reserve land transfer changed in there, where you could bypass your chief and sell your land directly to somebody else. How interesting to use one as a mask to get to the other part.
Oh, the natives are the best place to dump your cannabis there because they have a whole different law. They have a whole different law, you know.
Sorry, go ahead, Axis. You could probably share more on this, but
Well, there's still, I mean, I'm sorry, it's just around me, I have 4 states that have legalized marijuana. And the state that I'm in, it's illegal, completely illegal. But if I drive 10 minutes from here, it's legal. And that tells me everything right there.
bingo. Yeah, thank you, Axis. Bingo. Yeah. Now, the people that are going to say, but I just do it underground and all that. I said, but you're still missing it. Do you not see the moranicity that we're in? Because, you know, most people that are self-absorbed, they're not going to see that part. Well, but I still got to sell it. I don't really care what the government is. But you don't see the moranicity. It's when the person starts becoming truly aware, then they're thinking, fuck, most people that are in the system, they don't even realize the insanity that they're in. There's no reason or rhyme to it. People say there's reason or rhyme, but when you really try to apply it, it doesn't factor. So here's one person right now. I can go 10 minutes away or 10 miles away or whatever, and it's now legal. Some people will quickly say, oh, you're lucky, Axis, because you're close. I said, but you're missing the part that it's illegal. Like it's the game that they play.
You're a de facto anarchist, Dom.
How so? How so? Define that so I can say I'm with you. Give me the definition of that, Cage, please.
De facto means, okay, somebody who claims that they're not, you know, that like just by action and the way you talk and that you are, because look, you're not conforming to this. Yes, it makes no sense. Isn't this all obvious? The system is fucking insane. Or I don't even understand how people fucking go along with this shit, as you say. So yes, in a way you are, but you're just.
But am I saying I agree or disagree with the system? I just don't see reason or rhyme to it.
Exactly.
Rhyme means patterns. I don't see the patterns in it. And when people start saying that they're intellectual and they like to apply reason, I said, I'm trying to apply reason. I don't see reason in that.
In a way.
But the thing is, I'm not set out to think that it should be right or wrong. I'm just trying to apply reason. Somebody's saying it's illegal on one part, but it's illegal here. So am I allowed to use my left foot over here, but not my right foot here? I'm trying to, at that point, I'm even going to use my...
Yeah, the people I associate with and the people I've known, they don't give a fuck what someone says is illegal or illegal.
Yeah, those are the kind of guys.
They live by a code. They have a code.
Okay.
And they have some sort of, if you want to call it, I don't even fuck morals. I just call it a code.
Okay.
There's a code and it's reasonable and it makes more sense than any.
Let's say they have a code, okay? Because those are the kind of characters that I'm easygoing. I said, let's test this. You have a code, okay? Let's take all the money that you have and let's fucking burn it tonight. Well, no. Why would you do that? No. You have a code. Let's find out what your code really is. Because most people will say, most people think a code, Cage, is a mental one. For most of them, it's an attachment. You start burning their shit, you'll see how quickly their fucking codes fucking crumble. They don't have
maybe a part of a code is to prevent people from burning their shit.
But that means they're attached. So it's not a moral. Morals are more or less not the physical.
It's about playing along with this shit. It's more about playing along, as you're saying.
Yes,
kind of
and
wearing the mask.
Those are the ones that are probably bachelors. They don't really know how to fucking care. They'll say shit like, I don't care, let alone I do care. Those are the people that don't fucking care. Because if you truly do care, you don't fucking say shit like that. Oh, Dom, I just don't give a shit. Okay, so We're having a conversation about how the system is working, and you come in there and say, I just don't give a shit. Well, then you know something? I don't give a shit what the fuck you have to say. Now, fuck off. Those are the morons. Now, they could turn around and say, Dom, I can beat you up. I said, then what the fuck are you going to do? Come on, get out of here with your fucking code. Get the fuck out of here. Most people have a code because it's commerce. Now, some people will say, but if I open my mouth, I'll go to jail, they'll kill me. I said, yes, but why did you join that fucking gang? You joined that
What
gang
about
because,
you, Dominic? Do you not live by some
again,
sort of...
Cage, I don't say that shit. So that's on you. You follow a
No,
code.
I'm
I don't say
asking.
that.
I'm
Why?
no. I said I
Have I
said anything
asked you
about
why
me.
you follow that code?
I haven't said anything about me. I said
No, you have a
the people
code.
I know.
You should.
No. What I said was this. I said in this conversation, what I said was
People have a
there's
code.
there's different individuals that that don't give a fuck about if it's legal or illegal. I think a lot of people don't either. They're just playing along, and then we're getting into. But they do live by some sort of. They have a certain way of going about things.
Okay, so now we're talking
I'm
about
pretty sure
something.
everybody does.
Okay,
You
so
do too.
okay, again, okay, Cage, you're asking me a question, and now you're telling me, Cage, at this point, you're being one of these morons.
I'm
I,
asking
I already told you. I already told
No,
you.
that's right.
I don't go around talking about that shit. Okay. Now, if other people talk about it, I would probably turn around and say, okay, but are you like one of those wise guys? They understand how the system works and they know how to work around it. They don't go around it. They don't say shit like, I don't give a shit. You're one of those people at that point would be a foot soldier. I work for Harley Davidson. I'm in a gangster, Satan's Choice or whatever. I said, you're a foot soldier. The ones that actually really run the fucking show, the ones that are above you, they have rules that they play by. Now they might think they're lifting all these smokes from somewhere. I said, no, that's being orchestrated. Probably insurance are involved, governments involved, corporations are involved. The rest of you are just fucking foot soldiers. You're like a guy that's fucking carrying a gun in another fucking country. They don't give a shit enough about themselves to understand how the fucking it works. They're the ones that play by the fucking codes. They do it ignorantly, unaware. Now they might be badass, and you might fear those fucking kind of guys because those are the dangerous kind of guys because they'll do shit more times than not, either consciously or unconsciously. And I really don't want to put my fucking vessel in harm's way, even though I do that quite well on my own. So now when people say shit about they follow a code, I'm not saying you're doing that, Cage. Good for them. But what is that code? Is it economic code? Is it a mental code? Is it an emotional code?
I'd say it's a mental code. It's a
Could be.
programming of your own program, right? Like having your own program instead of being programmed. It's like you get into this teachable and program thing. Yes, you must teach yourself through the inner understanding.
I would lean more towards Cage. It's more physical and
then,
emotional. It's more
so
physical
yeah,
and emotional.
it's a program that you create for yourself. Everyone has a program. I have a program. Everyone has a program. I run my own program.
Okay, you run your own program. Okay, so as you're speaking to me right now, how did you learn that language?
It was taught. It was passed down.
Okay, so now where's it stored?
I can speak other languages.
Okay, but hold on. Where's it stored? It's not as though I'm going to open up Siri and say, "Listen, where are you?" Well, Dom, I think I'm on one of the digital disc. I'm on one of the.
I can go directly into the mind.
Okay,
I can
so you
speak
can go directly.
unspoken language.
Okay, so now
I'm just using this to talk to people. Right? No.
Okay, is the mind the programmer then? If we're going to play this game, I'm interested in ideas. I'm not asking for answers, but it sounds like you're going to want to give me answers, so I'm going to continue having more questions. So is the mind the programmer?
No.
Okay, so what would you think it is then, or feel it is, or whatever, intuitively, whatever word you want to use?
It depends on the definitions of mind. What does mind mean to you?
Again, Cage, you're the one that said mind. I just said, is the mind a programmer? See, Cage, I don't play this game with me, Cage. This is a weak game with me. You brought it up based on something I had said, and I'm willing to run with it right now. So in this case, you said it's about the program, and I said, okay, so language, did you create the, no, it's in the mind. Okay, so what's the mind to you? Giving it back to me, Cage, that doesn't work on me, Cage. So please share if you want to, or you can just end it there. I'm okay with it ending it there. So Dom, I really don't want to continue. That's fine. But if you want to continue doing it, putting it on me doesn't serve you. So what do you think?
The mind has an effect on the program, but it's not the programmer.
Okay.
There's an underlying program outside of the mind.
Is it in the known or the unknown?
It could be. It doesn't have to be this dichotomy of known or unknown. It depends on the level of perception, but it's always being pulled. It's like the micro and macrocosm. It's the same thing. It's a reflection of itself. So it's all known, but it's all unknown, if you want to say that.
Okay, so is the mind different than the brain?
Yes, the brain is the physical. It's like the computer. Is the internet different than the computer? It's not the computer. It's something that connects to the computer is the hardware, right? Motherboard, all that connects to the internet, kind of like the mind connects to the brain.
Okay. So
You wanna,
there could be like a receiver perceiver kind of idea, like the brain could be
yeah.
the receiver of information. Okay. And
In a
now,
way, no, it's an organic instrument. It's like the hardware, all right? And then you got the software, you got the operating system, all that.
so is
I
this
like
where,
using computer terms because it's like perfect. How a computer
well,
works is almost
could be
so
what it is. Yeah. So is the mind where a lot of stuff is stored, all the different variations of languages, is it stored in the mind?
No, the mind is no, it's stored externally in the cloud.
Okay.
You know, they have cloud storage, literally in the cloud, but it would be the Earth's ionosphere. It'd be the Earth's magnetic field.
So could literally
It's,
clouds that we have above us be a storage mechanism for some of this stuff?
I want it, not the clouds, but yeah, above us, yeah, technically.
Okay.
It's through the ionosphere and shit.
So then where would somebody, if they wanted to grasp the idea when we're learning languages, where are they coming from? You know, like why am I not able to just speak Sanskrit? I would have to be conditioned or programmed or taught how to speak Sanskrit, and I might even find out I'm not even good at it.
Well, if you're not good at something, you improve and you get better at it.
Okay, you can, but like I'm saying, like it's something that has to be conditioned in me because I'm speaking an English language. I'm not speaking Greek or Hebrew. You know, even though other people do speak it, and some people can speak 6 or 7 different variations of spoken languages, let alone they can write it and read it. I don't. So I'm okay enough to realize, okay, so I'm going to be honest with myself. But I do know other languages, body language, senses are languages, colors and numbers are languages. I learned a little bit about not Braille, sorry, American Sign Language. I just scratched the surface on that. But it would be something I would have to repetitively do over and over again for me to embody it. Where other people, they might pick it up sooner than later for them. But again, how does that work? Because then there's people that talk about people speaking in tongues, and they can say with all honesty, I've never learned that language before. So where is it then at that point? I'm pondering that as a question, Cage. Not to say that you have the answer. You might even put different words to that.
Yeah, I could offer like a hypothesis on that. I'd say, yeah, like from my research, really, what I've been seeing, yeah, the Akashic, whatever you want to call it, it's the Earth's
Mm-hmm.
magnetic field that every thought that has ever existed can easily be stored there. And this is where you get these phenomena, people speaking in tongues or having, these premonitions or whatever, where they have an image or a feeling and they call and like someone's, like an accident's happened or whatever, someone in their family. So all these things are stored within the field. Then we're gonna get, we can get into the nature of time, which is, even gets deeper. But yeah, I think how it's working is it's stored in the field, and sometimes there's like an overlap between their conscious. They get like some sort of a download kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. I'm with you on that. I know when people talk about, channeling certain types of beings in them, so there's a good chance we could even be channeling down what their preferences are. They might be able to speak a certain language that we are not able to do. It's why when some people say when they're impregnated, they're thinking something in the womb is telling them that it likes certain types of food. Or could it be the spirit waiting to jump into that form and telling us, this is the name I'm going to get you to pick for me, and this is the type of foods I like. Again, this is where some people talk about when they go on stage, something takes over. Some people call it the word being in the zone kind of ideal. So this is where I'm interested. I could entertain the idea of maybe languages, when somebody speaks in tongue, they're channeling other kinds of beings.
Yeah, all minds are connected. I'm sure like this has happened. I've heard other people mention this before, where they have some sort of an idea, they don't act on it, and then right, like shortly after somebody else, that product or idea, whatever, comes to market,
Mm-hmm.
because every thought is interconnected, every mind's interconnected,
Mm-hmm. You're
and
just
there's
looking
ways
for a
to
host.
pull, yeah, and there's ways to pull this information out,
Yep.
and this does not play. It doesn't play in like linear time, so you can do shit. You can pull information from the past, present, or future, technically.
This way, where they
That's like,
entertain the idea, like people
yeah.
like characters like Archangel Michael and Gabrielle, where there's a certain type of energy that they can free flow through like 30 or 40, or if not hundreds of people at any given moment. Where people say, okay, well, if I'm talking to Archangel Michael and I'm in this part of the world, and you're channeling them in another part of the world, so how does that really work? It's kind of like AI. AI, it's not technically AI yet, but this kind of device that we'll call Siri, it could be everywhere. It can be on everybody's phone at any given moment. How does that work?
Yeah, they've done studies there. When people, first of all, it has a lot to do with geomagnetic storms. When it's quietest, that's when more connections are made. They've done like statistical things, or they can see when it's more effective on days of the geomagnetic activity is quietest. When there's
Mm-hmm.
more activity, it's like noise. It's like, for example, if you're on a walkie-talkie or a radio or something,
Mm-hmm.
it's like more interference, more noise in the system, and the message gets distorted. There's also analytical overlay of the individual,
Mm-hmm.
due to their own perception and program.
Yeah,
Also, yeah,
you're
sorry.
tapping into when people talk about Mercury retrograde, or somebody's walking and there's like and it's not this irregular incident that's happening because a bulb needs to be replaced, where somebody's street lights being affected, or dogs are barking for some reason. They're picking up certain types of energy that maybe our senses, or most of us, I can't say all, but most of us might not actually have that built in our senses, where some people can pick that stuff up.
It's all through electromagnetic fields. That is how they think it is working, and it's also
Mm-hmm.
connected to photon or actual light. It's this is the light thing. It's connected through the light too, and the funny thing is yeah, they can artificially create this. They can artificially create this to make it happen, or to turn it off completely, almost like a. So yeah, like they had the two people in the room. Remember at Laurentian, the two people in dark and silent rooms, and just flash a simple light, and the other brain responds when they're both sharing this electromagnetic field around 7.8 and 7.3 hertz or something like that. Just call it 7 hertz. It's the Schumann resonance,
Mm-hmm.
the resonance of the earth. So when people have this information just gets downloaded from the magnetic field of the earth, or directly from the mind of the person.
Well, again, I get that point, Cage. If it's artificial, that would imply, and that's how I'm doing, implying that therefore what people might call normal or nature could also be artificial. You know, I wouldn't want to think that something that was actually the way it was designed, and now something's lesser is, in this case, manipulating or artificial. I would think that it's artificial playing with artificial. If something's already been manipulated, in my interpretation, like this realm, therefore, then it only would resonate that we can also do that manipulation too. And at that point, we would be being grateful and appreciative of our Creator. Where people turn around, well, Satan is a destructor. I said, how do you not know that he's following the order that needs to be followed?
It was 7.83. I said 7.8 and 7.3. It's 7.83.
Okay.
I don't like giving the wrong number and shit.
As up to 18. 18, 1 and 8 is 9. So you're back to the energy of 9. Okay. Again, it's when you do frequencies outside of each individual number, 7, 8, 3, you also have to add them up and then find out what's the equal kind of ideal. It's like playing with elements. You're playing with elements, each individual by themselves, but then when you add them all up, what does it produce? So a lot of things usually add up to number 9, like 621, 432. And then once people understand that, then they can understand each number has its own value. It's
Yeah,
kind of like
9
sigils.
reduces to 9.
Yeah.
9 reduces to 9. Even like I always found it funny how how there's like different screen qualities in that where you go like 720, 1080, whatever. Yeah, it's always 9. It reduces to.
Well, think about when they talk about 360, 270,
Yeah, or a circle,
180, 180, 45. They're always adding up to number 9. So that there's some value to that. When people start doing the slices, the angles, it's all about 9 again. The 9 and the 0 kind of ideal. But when you have to add them up, yeah, it depends on each person, what they're after and what they're trying to learn. Some people will say, Dom, I don't understand that, but I understand how to take a person's heart out and put it back in.
Reduce to deduce. Yeah, I've looked deeply into gematria and stuff like that, and usually the cipher always goes back to the one number, unless you're doing Hebrew. But in English, yeah, you always reduce into a single digit if possible.
And that could be for our human entertainment or our lesser species entertainment, where there could be something else way bigger than all of that. But hey, we're in kindergarten, so we got to teach you all these simplistic sigils, numbers, colors, frequencies. And it
Except,
could be all good.
yeah, there's exceptions with the deducing. Master numbers are not deduced to a single digit, like 11 or 33, stuff like that.
Again, the whole concept. Anytime you put the word master, it makes me very suspicious. Master what? What is your master?
It's just used in term in mathematics for the master.
Yeah, like if I use my name Dominic, it's a master number 11. I put Domenico, it doesn't have a master number. It's not even interested in being in the master category. But I get it. People they want to identify themselves. Like, I got a master number 11 or 22. I was communicating with a bunch of ascended masters. So
now it's just people putting their own ego and ruining it onto it.
But that isn't that what's feeding it?
No.
Is it their ego? Is it their program? Is it their self?
It's a program. Yeah, well, the ego is I guess a better term.
Well, the ego's its own program.
It's a program. Yeah, they're being put into the fucking reality. So you can reduce that to numbers. It's all mathematics, really. Access always talks about the what do you call it, Access?
Which concept?
The concept of the master equation or something.
Oh, the all-encompassing.
The all-encompassing equation. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I truly follow that with wholeheartedness. Every possible equation is contained within the grand divine equation, the all-encompassing equation.
Yeah, so the name that you were given, this just happened by accident. When you were born, all of that has significance, and it can be reduced. All our language, the spelling that we're using, another program, it can all be reduced down to the numbers. Really, numbers don't lie. Numbers don't have an opinion. Numbers don't have a like or a dislike.
Yeah, but what happened with their energy?
They have energies of like or dislike or multiplication or division, stuff like that.
Well, that's usually our judgment when we bring in our likes or dislikes. But let's say each numbers, like sigils, have their own energy to them. It's like each blade of grass or snowflake have their own individual energy to them.
They do. They do, and it goes back to Pythagoras. Pythagoras had a great system for that. When the one would be represented as the monad,
Mhm.
or the alchemical symbol of the sun. You know, the circle with the dot in the middle. So the one has a specific energy to it, right? The one is, it's almost like the zero. You know, it's like the first thing, the first point of creation. You know, like the sun almost. You know, that gives life to everything else. Then you got the dyad, which is two monads interlapping. I mean, kind of like a Venn diagram kind of looking thing. But the two center points, you know, and this is why like a dyad. Look at that beginning word, like dilation, right? So you got the one, and this is the idea of Adam and Eve, right? Adam gave the rib, the monad, created the two, the dyad, dilation. Whatever. Now you got the three, the triad, and then from there you move on. And all these have different, you know, energies to them. Every number, right?
Mhm.
It's interesting stuff.
It is for some person or people or humans or human beings. They will find this interesting. Other than it's of no concern to them. And then you get the clever ones, the ones that the word I used with you, Axis, today when I shared it was the condescending. They have this air of arrogance. They think just because they become aware of it, they're superior than others because they hang around low fruit. They're not actually meet somebody that's humble enough to realize, yeah, okay, you're scratching the surface, but hey, fill your boots. You know?
Yeah, but I think that's done. I think that's set up purposefully through the language that we use. You know, it's like no matter what we do, we can only scratch the surface if we're talking through fucking this language.
Yeah,
You know?
true. Very true, very true, Cage. Yep. Because it can only convey so much information. No different. I can only use, let's say, I only use certain numbers. Like people like to play zeros and ones as analogies for a computer board or the program. I said, then you're limiting yourself. It's like limiting black and white, even though black encompasses all colors and zero encompasses all numbers. It's the one that usually says the light should overrule the black or the one should overrule the zero. No, it doesn't work that way. But people will try to force it that way. There's the difference. They're going to try to force it that way. Because the reason why I say it doesn't work is because you're ignoring all the other scenarios that's involved in it. You have to play with all the other numbers. You have to play with all the different dogmas. You have to play not just with science. You have to play with math, biology, religion, state. You have to include them all to divide.
Nine.
What's that?
So yeah, the nine's the end of the cycle, right? Until it repeats. So nine is like it's supposed to be a completion.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's completion of the spiritual and the material. You're integrating both the spiritual number 7 with the infinite number 8, which is the material number, and then you encompass them, and that's why you have completion. Now we're working under the sun, which is a 7-day week cycle, opposed to a 10-day week cycle, which is some people would call the father of the sun series. The African tribes, some of them, they play with that calendar.
Mm-hmm.
You know, where the 7-day cycle, that's why people will value a lot of things to do with 7. That's the spiritual number. You know, that's why the Asians like number 8, but they don't really like the number 4. Number 4 is the energy for time. That's why it's not on the Sikunakusi sequence. Again, these are probably more association than they are actually somebody saying, well, number 9 is the energy. No, it's the energy that we use to gauge energy, like in this case the spiritual meeting the material, so we use the number 9. And when people start multiplying things with number 9, it always adds up back to number 9, so it always does it over and over again. The number 8
point,
yeah, well, you can use 0 will actually nullify that, the initial one. But again, this is why when people talk about the number 8, that's the material looping itself. A lot of people are in number 8. They keep on rebooting themselves over and over again. They're not doing the completion because they forgot about the spiritual part. So you really can't really understand number 9 if you just keep doing the number 8 thing over and over again, doing all the rebirth in the physical. You're caught up in the evil world, the material part. You know, you become attached to it. That's probably a better word. You become attached to it. you know, and you're ignoring the other part. Where does the language you're speaking come from? That's why when even you say cage, the language in this case, English, it's not a good way of communicating because it has sounds and frequency to it. And a person would have to be aware of the sounds and frequency of how it affects, especially when you're talking to somebody that's speaking English and they have a frequency, their tonality might not be a 440 or 432 or some other kind of frequency that you can gauge numbers with. Some people can soothe you with their voice, other people can disturb you with their voice. Now, when you start doing things like hemp, for some people, if they're aware of it, they're engaging their subconscious in the conscious state. Now, for some people, that's not a pretty thing because their subconscious says, "Oh, I get to play in this in the conscious state. Fuck you, get out of the way, subconscious. You're a weak ass piece of shit. You've never been awake."
Yeah, one day I'm gonna make this audiobook. I can't find an audiobook made of it. It's called Liber 420. And it goes deep into the esoteric
Mhm.
thing behind cannabis and like the all the way back to like the assassins. You know the assassins, that means hash eater.
Mhm.
The hashishins. Yeah, they eat the hash. It didn't even get them high either, but it was sharpen their senses
Yeah.
on their.
So 420, time and duality, and adds up to number 6, the carbon number. Okay. So probably explains why people say 420. It's always interesting how people mimic words, not understanding the energy behind it. Well, I'm trying to say that I do marijuana or I smoke weed when I say 420. Yeah, I'll give you emoji. It just means to kick yourself in the ass too. Does that catch on yet? No. It's okay. I'll do that later on to myself, guys.
Math is a living language to me.
It is a good language, and it is living actually. Yes.
You know, all the other languages I can see as derivatives of a living language, which is math. Just because the phonetics and
Yes.
pronunciation of what would be the equivalent of different numbers is spoken in different languages, but it still it can be relatively brought directly into the equation. Math
It's a universal language.
seems to be. It seems to be held within um, the construct and the constant, even the persistent, contains a dimensional states of mathematics, measurement, um, even
Geometry.
well, yeah, absolutely, geometry to a high degree when it comes to the creation of this plane of existence.
Yeah, geometry is a perfect. It's math in the physical. It's showing that code in a physical form after, which you can see in every single fucking creation on this realm. You know,
Yeah,
it shows you a fingerprint of a programmer or creator. You know,
Can I use a different words instead of universal? Because I don't think universal really can be applied if you realize that animals do not use numbers, or the insect kingdom. We use it, and that could be called a medium. It's a language that we can associate, so we can describe this realm that we're in. We can
plants
use
and
look.
animals, they do use numbers though,
How so?
or a form of counting. For example, a Venus flytrap, even other animals, even like a plant uses counting. It counts. For example, what happens is they've hooked this. The plant's within the electromagnetic field too. It's producing an electromagnetic field also, and they can measure it too. And what they do is with the Venus flytrap actually counts. It counts the amount of time. They can measure this time where a hair would be on, like the little trigger hair. If a fly lands on it and touches it, or they can do this, it counts after like 3 times or whatever. It closes. But it has to be within a certain duration of time. So it's like timing shit too and counting. And this is just a simple plant. You know, animals do this shit like that too. You know,
Okay, so
and the
when was
physiology.
the last, Cage, just entertain, when was the last time you actually had a conversation with a fly trap, let alone an animal? And were they discussing numbers with you?
No, but like
So you're
look at
talking
fucking
about,
monkeys and
you're talking about
dolphins and shit.
okay, you're talking about observation from a skewed, already conditioned way of perceiving things as a human. But to actually say that animals count, they don't.
Not the same way we do, but even
Okay,
plants do.
Cage,
It's built in. It's built into
it
their
could be.
program.
I can only
It is.
entertain as an ideal. Even
I'm
that.
saying the mathematics is built into the program of everything. That's my
Okay.
whole point here.
It's kind of like when people say money actually is what drives this world. Last time I remember, trees do not work for money. Animals do not work for money. If anything else, they're probably guided by something beyond the human understanding of language. And I don't think it's necessarily numbers. Now, the demigods might actually play with numbers. They might play with all types of languages, and they might even play with Braille. But to say the universe, that the kingdom out there, the clouds and all that, we're the one that's going to count. There's 4 clouds. I don't think seagulls are going around and say, hey, there's 4 clouds.
Oh, but there's examples in nature where it's a built-in program of this existence, at least in this realm, where they could tell the time in a way, and they respond off nature, whatever, and they also could count. It has to trigger this 3 times within, and each
Okay,
time there has to be a duration
So we're
period.
talking patterns at that point now. And we're going to use human factors
That's what
of
math
thinking.
is. Math is a pattern that
Okay,
you're showing,
but again,
an
that's
underlying
us.
pattern.
So if I do 3 taps, I know I'm going to use the word 3. Some other animal might respond to a sound that's in those 3 taps. There might be consistent in it, but that doesn't mean they understand numbers. That's a human construct. It's not a universal construct.
It's our way of thinking, but the underlying idea behind it is probably prevalent in every creation. You know, it's like the micro to macrocosm. We create things that, we observe things and we create things that mimic higher forms of things. You know, so
No, I think for me, I would lean more towards we associate the things, and numbers play a role in all of that. Same with sigils, picture forms. Those are association skills that we have. Now, if we're going to talk about we see colors, then we can entertain to somebody that's blind and trying to explain to them color red. And then I try to go to the person and said, well, you're the one that's been seeing this thing red. Where do you see red? Where do you see a red truck? And they say, well, and then they'll associate to something. I said, but you've never seen the word red. Let alone have you seen the word truck. They'll associate. This is more about association. And this is the dumbed down language we're using, and then peddling this to other species. It would be different if nobody used the word universal. Then I'm okay with that. But once you start using universal, I have to include all the other species. It's like I joked with Axis earlier when people say shit like live and let live. That's a tough one to fucking sell to the animals in the plant kingdom. Again, that's just more of our fucking way of saying we're going to create God in our fucking image and our interpretation. Okay, but who gave us that interpretation? Who gave us the language? Who gave
I
us
guess
numbers?
I can see you got caught on the fucking universal. What I meant by that really is it's something that no matter where you are in this world, to our known universe, to our bubble of reality, you can go there, and mathematics is always understood by anybody.
Okay, so you meet a tribal guy that's never learned.
I'm saying it transcends this fucking language that puts up barriers.
Gage,
It's a way around the barrier.
Gage, I'm even going to use one species that look like us. You meet a tribal guy. You've never met him before. You know he doesn't speak your language. You start fucking tapping on a stick 3 times. He's going to associate to it, but you're going to try and say 3. He'll probably give you some other fucking language. You're going to keep saying 3. So how does numbers at that point fucking occur with him? Again, this is people being self-absorbed. You would have to go into the state and realize, leave yourself at the fucking door when you really want to learn shit. Outside of that, stay in the program. How would I associate that if I'm talking to a blind person or a person that's deaf? It's about association at that point. But yes, numbers do play a role. I won't deny that. Numbers do play a role, so does colors. But once you start realizing, where do I see it? I don't know. But let's say you do know. How would you discern the difference? It's too big of a leap. And this is where people end up becoming fucking gurus and dogmas, fucking leaders or whatever. Well, that's just the way it is. I'm willing to challenge it. Why? Because whether I'm in your presence or not, this is the shit I do on my own. So when I hear other people say universal, what are we talking about when we say universal? Are we saying the whole world? It's like when people say the world's going to come to an end. Last time I remember, the world's too fucking big enough to any human being to make any fucking dent in it. You might pollute where you shit and piss and eat, but you're not going to pollute the earth, let alone the oceans. That's a story that's been fed to us. Let alone find out where's all the oxygen. You think the oxygen all comes from fucking trees? Fucking the world is less of trees and it's more about oceans. That's more indoctrination, more dogmas. They're not ever challenged to those things. I'm not saying you have an answer to replace the other fucking story that you've been told, but that's what most people do. They assume they have an answer, and therefore, if you're going to challenge it, you must give me another answer. No, I'm just telling you, you're indoctrinated. And making it about me when I'm just challenging the word universal, okay, is just wasted energy. I heard the word universal. What does it imply for most people? The whole. Are you talking about Toronto, Ontario? Are you talking about fucking North America? Well, I'm talking about everybody. Okay, it's always interesting when you hear a nationalist. I'm not saying you guys are that way, a nationalist, but then they're going to talk and represent the earth. Well, the president of the United States is going to make a big difference in the international. Really, he's just the fucking president of a small little fucking country, and even that is just a COO. I'm willing to entertain that's numbers, but how far does it go, and to what species does it affect? Do dolphins hear numbers? Do fucking goldfish hear numbers? Do they even speak the language? Do they go, give me 3 burps every time I say, listen, give me a sign for 3? There might be an example, but that doesn't mean that proves it for the whole. So giving me an example of a Venus flytrap, well done. So some guy fucking works for some sort of academy that funded millions of dollars. Just make this shit up. We still got to get another $1 million next year anyway. Okay, so we're going to spend an enormous amount of time forcing a situation to prove our theory. Well, we met this one fly trap, and it did exactly what we told. He even spoke French to us. Okay.
Oh.
Fuck, where's the critical deduction in all of this? Forget about critical fucking justification, critical deduction, to deduct the fact that I don't see my cat. It might associate to me on a spiritual level, but if I start giving it fucking numbers, it's going to say, yeah, Dom, I'm going to validate. It's 3. Yeah, you showed me 3. It's 3. So then I can go to anybody else's fucking cat and do the same thing. Yeah, give me a couple hours. I'll get your cat to make 3 bowls of soup for us.
Well, so far, what I've discovered and seen is the more spiritual is the less defined by numbers, but the more material, the more defined by numbers. When you start moving in a spiritual state, or you start contemplating things in a spiritual state, the numbers don't adhere to that state the way they do in the physical state and in the waking state of this construct. You know, dolphins hear a measurement of wavelengths and various measurements of wavelengths, and that's mathematics. But you start looking at the spiritual aspect, the energy that can be exchanged between a human and a dolphin. Well, that defies measurement.
Yes, I'm with you on that. This is why a lot of folks, you hear the term, most people leading towards their evil ways, their material ways. They're caught up in the material and forgetting the language that we speak more times than not. Can't even say the language we speak. The language we communicate in the conscious doesn't always have to be afterthoughts, in this case, spoken or written, or even you can throw in sigils, numbers, whatever. You know, it's you can associate to a lot of those things, which is fine. Those are again more programs, patterns. It'd be different. It'd be different if a child got born, got birthed, next thing you know, he's speaking fluent fucking languages, understand numbers. I said, okay, that's one example. Let's find out if there's a couple other babies who can do the same shit. If not, I'm not going to use one example, let alone 3 examples, let alone 100 examples to justify the human race that are in the billions. I'm not going to spend an enormous amount of resources personally to justify saving a human being that has a defected fucking leg when a whole bunch of other people don't have defective legs. It's useless fucking resources being expended. And there's usually a whole bunch of people making a shitload of fucking gains from it, using it as an excuse. That does not help the human race. It fucking actually cripples the human race. That's why the human race has become expendable. They don't even know how to fucking utilize their resources correctly for the betterment of the whole, not the few. So to spend all kinds of money at fucking low degree fucking university to explain certain fucking things is great for the other ones that are getting paid for it. But what about the rest person? Can you bring that kind of information to the slums of fucking India and explain to those kids and say, listen, this will better you? No, we have to go to the fucking rich fucking folks in India, and they've already been indoctrinated, so we have to get the same fucking approval and say, yeah, we understand your same fucking theoretical theories. You know, where's the pushback? Go ahead, Axis.
Even in Hinduism, once as profound as their understanding is of mathematics applied, they understand that when you start dealing with the more divine, spiritual, or aspect state of things, mathematics is kind of not applicable. And Western culture too, especially, they've been programmed and indoctrinated to not observe the various aspects of one particular being and all these different possibilities. That's not even taught here as a remote uh, part of anybody's curriculum. But in India, they understand the concept of a being or a deity being in many aspects and many different states at the same time, and that's where you get a lot of their artwork and depictions of their gods shown in many aspects, because they think in aspect form instead of just a singular ideal of 1 and a 0, and that defines that particular deity. They know that a deity holds superposition, and that's as old as the Vedas. And I've found that it holds true. So if that's of any consequence, my observations and endeavors into Hinduism and the aspect of oneself being in many states at one time, that's very relevant to me, my understanding, and even my existence.
Well, I thank you, Access, for putting language to it. For me, in case, like, I don't know if I've ever told you this, I'm actually just speculating and being very suspicious of the shit that comes across me, and I just talk out loud. I don't try to challenge people. I challenge the ideals that I hear. Like I said, I'm always speculating in certain areas, and I'm always very suspicious. Even my intention could be very suspicious to me. So when I hear things universal, that's all I was doing. I was playing the ideal. I'm trying to envision universal, and I'm like, okay, so I'm acutely aware of nature, and I'm like, how does that apply to them? Now, people might say, yeah, but we can gauge them. I say, yeah, we're gauging them based on numbers, but are they aware of numbers? And you gave me an example, but that's not enough to justify that for the whole. It'd be no different me saying everybody in the world knows how to speak English. It doesn't work that way. It might be the universal language, or in this case, the commerce language when it comes to doing business. But if I had to say what was the most spoken language among the human race, it's Mandarin. But for me to say universal, I would be very erroneous to say that. And then this is where people start using the word universal. It's like the earth. We call it the earth, but why? It's because we're on the land. If we lived in the ocean, would we call it the ocean or the sea? Especially when it's predominantly way more water than it is of dry land, absent of the water being on it. There's a lot of conditioning going on, and that could even be what some people call divide and conquer. We'll tell you there's different continents. We'll tell you that these are laws opposed to policies. People should be able to entertain different ideals and even challenge the ones that they already hold, even if they hold them. Axe has done his own personal, a lot of studies, and he can cross-relate to other kinds of teaching in different parts of the world. Even hemispheres probably play a role, knowing you're getting it from the east opposed to the west. Why do they say above, so below? Could that be what's called north and south, and east and west is just from side to side?
A good observation.
But hey, let's not get into flat earth and globe. Let's talk about that. Because then we have to talk about maybe different planes. Could there be another plane over there? Because that would open the possibility, especially when I speculate the idea of where we get this technology then. Could it be going from outside of the dry land called Earth? Could be. Especially in biblical, when they tell you we took them out of the Garden of Eden of East, and then we brought them somewhere else where they were formed. So maybe with our forefathers, if there's even such thing as forefathers, in this case Adam and Eve, they were made here and then they were brought somewhere else in a garden to be there and just kind of be like pets, zookeepers for their place. Everything's provided for you. No, don't eat of that tree. But when you do, now you have to reproduce, and now you got to go back to where you're formed. If we're playing based on their story, that could be all made up, as far as I'm concerned. But if that's made up, then everything else falls behind it. The Watchers, the following ones, the story of Job, King David, the tribe of Israel, Revelation. You might as well throw them all out the door. If one crumbles, they all have to crumble. But if they are what they are, then you have to follow them in order. Go ahead, Sir Axis.
Yeah, that's a fact. If you pull the validity of one, then they all crumble.
Mm-hmm.
Especially the Abrahamic.
Yeah, sure. And they might as well throw Sodom and Gomorrah out of the question. You might as well throw out the door Moses, throw him out the door. It's because they're always, and if you're going to go in order, then you have to say, okay, when did the fallen ones come into the picture? Were they there in the first 6 days? And even now, what are the days? Are they atmospheres? Don't know. Why did the gods rest on the seventh day? They done all their creation, or they orchestrated it, or they figured out we're going to rest now because now we're going to play. We worked hard for 6 days, so now we're going to play on the seventh day. Well, that's the day of Sabbath. Yeah, that's when we play. Oh, you guys made it a holy day. Yeah, you humans are funny that way. Then you get a story of Jesus. Well, wouldn't you rescue one of your animals? They fell in the ditch on the Sabbath day. Oh, no, we can't do that. You sound like Jehovah's Witness. I can't have blood transfusion unless they understand what blood transfusion really can do to a person. Especially if you find
Oh,
a particular person that actually knows how to consume blood and pick up memory. You don't want that kind of information coming to you.
yeah, that's a whole nother uh, endeavor that has consequences.
Sure it does. And it could even have rewards, which could be consequences, but you'll learn something from it. Reward, again, ward. But, I giggle about it, Axis, because I'm just probing in this kind of stuff. I'm not trying to be an advocate for it, let alone I'm trying to denounce it. It's interesting. A lot of people want to be advocate for that kind of stuff. And there's people that want to denounce it. I said, okay, so if you're denouncing it, where do you stand then? Because obviously when a person has to denounce something, they're revealing they must stand with something. So what do you stand on? Well, because whatever you stand on, that is what you should be prosecuting. Don't go around prosecuting others. Prosecute yourself. You're the one that wants to refine yourself. Isn't that how gold comes to be? You got to keep refining it over and over again. But I don't want to do that, Tom. I'm already standing on the high moral stand. My shit doesn't smell, so therefore everybody else must be wrong. Well, we're playing the right and wrong game now, too, are we?
Yeah.
Sorry, and Nugro, I have to say this. I have to pull out some old popcorn now because some entertainment's going to happen. I'm sitting at the edge of my seat waiting for some interesting, justification for why that person thinks that he's right, let alone other people are wrong. Let's hear it. My religion told me so. My parents told me so. My dog told me so. My next door neighbor's cat told me so, that you must be wrong. Okay. So how does it serve to be right then? It's the same people. My dog told me.
But the serving of blood in ritualistic use can serve you by intent and by the nature of what blood is, and using that in ritualistic magic, or even just straight up sacrificial blood magic, or endeavors into blood magic. There are results. At least I've experienced results.
Oh,
So
go ahead.
so I understand the value of blood where most don't.
I was going to say, well, why do they have to put down a dog when it tastes human blood?
Yeah.
It's kind of the way I say it. It's kind of like the animal is not actually going for the flesh; they're going for what's inside the flesh. It's kind of like they want that prize that's inside of the chocolate. Lions are doing the same thing. Sure, they're ripping away at the meat, but what are they really going after? The marrow? Are they going after the blood? This is where people entertain the idea of spiritual cooking. You're talking about liquids now at this point. Most people are just eating dead material. You're eating the flesh of an animal that probably wasn't honorably killed. They probably lived under terrorizing situations.
Spirit cooking, like they're Marina Abramovich. You looked into that, Dominic?
That's a different type of. That's the Hollywood version of it. But yeah, they probably have spiritual cooking on it. But when you start talking about gold, liquids like urine, blood, even water, there is a element to it. When people do liqueurs, for example, those monks that, they understand how to make it and how you put it in the water, and then it keeps on getting stronger. It's the same with the blood. I get it when they talk about we can talk to water. Well, you can communicate with the blood too.
Well, yeah, the Crowley character did a lot of that shit. They made something called the cake of light or something that has like abramelin oil mixed with a bunch of other stuff, into this thing they consume, and it has semen and menstrual blood in it and all types of shit. There's people that do that kind of shit.
Again, it's a matter of what order you put them in. It's like elements. We're taught elements, but we're not taught all the elements. So how do they interact with each other? So when a person does like a blood with urine, with semen, and then you start factoring other energies, what's the environment that you're in? Where's the moon at? Where's the person at? What are their signs? What's their birth order? Those are all different combinations. This is where certain people in India, for example, what's your birth order? When they're doing marriages, they want to know your life cycle and all that kind of stuff. They're doing a formula of some sort. But for most people, because it's coming out of Hollywood, and they make it like they bastardize Halloween, the Day of the Dead. They bastardize it, and then it becomes more for commerce, consumer. Let's sell the ideal of Santa Claus. Let's sell the idea of Halloween. Let's sell the ideal of Easter. And then people eventually will say, I don't follow that, or I think that's demonic. Yeah, okay, it's demonic. Then everything's demonic then at that point. What do you mean? Well, you're using a car. I don't see any other species on here being able to create a car.
Yeah, these are ancient holidays and just repackaged for the current day. And then, they add the commerce on top of it, a hallmark.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's like
Come on.
anybody.
But it's an energy ritual. It's a ritual that people are participating in and they don't realize it. But,
well, then you're encasing, how many people go to it. You're generating all that energy. Like
Saturnalia. It's all Saturn worship, too, if you go back.
Yeah, there you go. This is where the story of Jesus, the Venus, had the adversaries, Satan, Saturn. The two witnesses could be the luminaries. But people always want to bring it back down to what they can grasp. Put it in a physical form, then we'll grasp it. But even that, we'll debate it. This is where people get caught up in all of that. They become attached so much to the vessel that they forget the birth certificate only works if you think you're the vessel. The only reason why you have a difficult time with the concept of death, not you guys, but transformation, is you're attached to the physical. So you're ignoring the fact that you're supposed to move on. The vessel's already aging. What part are you having, what part are you struggling with? And if people are honest with themselves, I'm struggling with the persistent, the consistent, the attachments to it. And even that is an illusion to it. As real as it may look like, because it's persistent, doesn't mean it is what it is, especially when you start challenging it. So where do my parents go when they die? I don't know. But let's say you did know. Would it denounce all the other speculation that you had before? Because for me, that's what it would have been. It would have been speculation. It's always fun when somebody says, but I know for sure. So you've actually died and come back again? Okay. Well, you've met an alien. How would you explain that to me? Well, you're not going to understand. Well, then why would you tell me that you saw an alien then? You're being clever now, aren't you? I think you're full of shit.
Yeah, but the aliens brought their donuts and likes and dislikes, and they were popcorn with them. So it's a peace treaty, bro. Come on.
You pluralified it. You said donuts. Don't tempt me with one. It's a bunch of donuts. And if I was a cop, I would be offended by that terminology.
You get a fucking dozen. There you go. A whole dozen for you. 36 of them. I'll give you 3 dozen.
It's all fun. It's all fun, Gage. I get where you're coming from. You like to use the likes and dislikes against me. I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know if I like that. But how many people precarious? I do it myself. How many people, when they get into like philosophy, they'll get caught up in their likes or dislikes, or what they'll do is they'll peddle names. Well, I studied Socrates. Really? You studied? Like, did you see if he had a mold on his ass? Like, what did you study? He had a plumber's crack.
Dominic gets fucking worked up a lot on this shit. He gives a but you know what's funny though? It's feeding off of your energy at the same time.
It's
Like
all fun,
constantly
Gage.
talking about how certain people can't do this and that.
I'm making that up, Cage.
Let them fucking let them do what they want. Man. Who gives a fuck?
But that's you saying that. Who gives a fuck? I've already told you, Cage. I'm here to share awareness. What other people do with it, it's up to them.
You can care from a distance. Let them do what they want. But all you can do,
here we go. Cage.
plant the seed.
Cage.
You plant the seed.
I'm not planting seeds. I'm offering people to realize they have fertilizer. Shit. You can go around planting those seeds, and probably some dog they'll probably unbury it because I don't think it's going to grow. So they're going to unbury it. I don't think what Cage is telling me is the truth. Really, the truth now. Here we go.
You know, apparently, Dominic, in North Korea, they have a shit quota. You have to. I'm not even joking. You have to. They grow all their plants off human shit, and what do you have to do if you don't bring enough shit? You get fucked up. You're done.
They give
You
you
better shit in that
Pepto-Bismol.
bucket. Yeah,
Yeah.
you better fucking. You better start shitting properly.
Well,
You gotta carry your own weight and shit. You know what I mean?
that's why you have to do Pepto-Bismol when you're in those countries. Or
Yeah,
you eat a lot of hot peppers. You want the runny shit.
you need fucking. Yeah, you need laxatives or something, bro.
Okay.
Yeah,
Would it better?
shit everywhere.
Would it be better if I just say people are just erroneously speaking? That would be arrogant on my part, or thinking they're not telling the truth. Again, that would be arrogant because those are just words. No different than the word shit. It's just a word. Now, people might get offended by it. I say, well, at the same time, I didn't realize you were going to reveal something about yourself. You know, it's nice when you're playing with people playing poker. I don't want to be able to read them that easy. No, I'm offended because somebody said the word shit. I said, okay, well, that person beside me just got raped, the other person got mugged, and you're worrying about me saying the word shit. I'm not saying you're being offended by it, but people do get offended by it. Is there a certain way I should speak? Give me a list so I can follow it ever so lightly. Because eventually I'll just say, fuck it, I'll just stay quiet then. And people would enjoy that. I said, no problem. But I did say I like to share awareness, and it doesn't always have to be in a verbal form. Now, people are visualizing the literally shit. My question is, what type of shit is it? Is it dog shit? Is it donkey shit? Is it bullshit?
Bat guano, that shit.
Hey, isn't there a certain type of animal? And
I
that's
use that for my plants.
Oh,
Bat
do you?
shit.
Okay.
Bat shit. Yeah.
That shit
Guano,
crazy.
yeah.
But isn't it for like certain beans? Certain
Good
types
stuff,
of bean that a certain animal has to eat. Like
Which
coffee
one?
beans. It's a certain type of coffee bean that certain animals or monkeys have to eat, and when they shit it, it's
Oh, the elephant. Yeah, there's one that. Yeah, and then there's another one. It's some sort of a cat-like creature.
there
But
you go.
yeah, it's some very They take it out the shit and sell it to idiots for like $1,000 for a
There you
bag of
go.
it or something.
It serves. It serves good.
So I don't know. Apparently, going through the digestive system of it does something to it. And
Mm-hmm.
people are literally drinking shit. So
Mm-hmm.
for a crazy cost, they're paying for it.
Well, you put a value to something, and then people will do whatever for it. They'll kill for it. They'll pay for it. You know, they'll brag about it. You know. Now, if somebody said, this is the best coffee. Do you want to know where I got it from? I said, well, the way you're explaining it, no, I don't want to know. Why? I just don't want that visual in my head. But I'm not going to denounce the fact that it's still good coffee if that's where it came from. But I don't need to have a visual of it. It's like some people get offended if you give a description of shit while they're trying to eat and they get all offended. I said, you're the one that's visualizing it. I'm just saying the word. You know, people are funny that way, Cage. You know, it's like when people give you that facial expression of something they've never had before. I said, well, then how can you justify that facial expression? Are you like Mikey, with the Cheerios, or Mikey doesn't like broccoli kind of ideal? You're giving me a facial expression. You either try to shut up or just get rid of that facial expression. I would never eat that kind of stuff. You've never had it before. You know, people get offended when they hear the word eating insects. There's people that have eaten an apple and all of a sudden there's a half of a worm still there. I guess that's what happens when we become a little bit too privileged or too comfortable in our environments.
Leave the civilians out of it, though.
Sorry, you're kind of boring in there a little bit, Cage. Sorry.
Uh-oh.
Aliens are coming for Gage.
I went too far I went too far. I wanted wireless headphones.
Oh, because you're probably around one of your girls. You're around one of your girls nurturing her. The clone that she is.
I'm cleaning up right now.
But I do appreciate, Cage, that you have a great entrepreneur spirit. I still think I should give you the Kabbalah for Dummies book. But hey, I do got a couple books I'm going to share if you want them. It's a couple of Alice Bailey's books. So if you want, the next time we hang out, you're more than welcome to read it if you want it. From the I think it's the Lucis Front, whatever it's called. I think they used to be called at one time Luciferians, I think.
Yeah, Lucius Graves. If I'm getting my information correct.
Mm-hmm. I used to have quite a few of her books, and I gave it to a bunch of Jude's friends that came to a couple of her meetups. I kind of thought I should have kept them, but I meant to move on. I got what I got out of it. Well, guys, I think I'm going to go get some sleep myself. Again, Case, thank you. Access, thank you much today. We've enjoyed numerous of hours together today.
Yeah, absolutely. And I as best as I can, I apologize for the fact that I have been despondent and in a state of confusion today.
Mm-hmm.
And I've done my best to work through it, but I know it's been prevalent and it's shown, and I haven't been able to give my full attention and being to the conversations that we've had. And I just want you to know that was not intentional. It's just the state that I'm in at the moment.
Mm-hmm. Like somebody wants to join, I think it's custom Oracle cards. That'd be nice. Hopefully, if they ever choose they want to come up, either New Guru or FT wants to come up. Even I think it's Adaman. I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly.
Oh,
if he ever,
yeah, admin.
Yeah, if he ever wants to come up. If he ever wants to come up. I know he likes to share every so often, and I appreciate when I hear him, or in this case, see him typing.
Yeah, I think actually, Dom, I'm gonna follow your exit out and try and get some type of sleep. And maybe tomorrow I won't be so despondent and confused.
Well, enjoy yourself. Cage, again, thank you very much, buddy.
And thank you, Dom. Thank you for the time you spent with me today. It's much appreciated.
And I hope I entertained a little bit with some of my little outbursts.
Well, I'm much appreciative of your zest today.
You're welcome, always. And Cage, anytime I can get a little chuck out of you, makes it worthwhile.
Yeah, man. Great conversation.
Ciao, guys. Enjoy.
Yes, thank you, Dom. Thank you. Cage,
What
thanks
time
for
is it,
showing up,
Access?
man. It's 3:30 where I'm at.
3:33. It's perfect timing.
Yeah,
We'll talk
I
soon, bro.
think. Yeah, thank you for showing up, Cage. You know you're always welcome here.
Take it easy, bro.
Yeah, not a problem. I definitely want to thank everybody in the chat, everybody that participated, everybody that showed up and contributed to this stream. I do apologize for my despondent and kind of my um, non-present state. It's not intentional, but I know that you guys can hold things together quite sufficiently with your own energies and your own participation into this, which is much appreciated. You guys have been great today and this evening and during the stream. Always welcome. Um, always blessed to have you guys. You guys make this platform what it is, and I think you guys make make this an endeavor worth endeavoring. So bless you guys. Um, much love, all love, and I hope to do this again soon with a little bit more presence and coherency. And I'll definitely I'll say it again. I appreciate each and every one of you. I truly do.